Hi everybody! How's everybody doing today? I hope everyone's doing well. Give me 1 second, I'm just doing a little something. Just setting up my headphones so we're all set for tonight, y'all. It's gonna be super exciting. Okay, I'm just plugging all this in. Hi y'all! Hope y'all are having a lovely night. How's everybody doing? Let's do our hellos. Hello and goodbye to Caesar. Hope you have a wonderful dinner. Hello to It's Eli. Hello to LP, the one and only. Hello to Joseph. Hello, welcome Ty. I am so excited. Okay, so this is a bit more of a casual stream tonight. There is no going to be crazy gameplay. There is no going to be fighting the true dirges of society. Not tonight. Tonight, we'll be doing a bit of a study stream. Hi, Faith. Welcome. So there's a lot of stuff that we're working on right now. I technically I'm supposed to go to bed early, but I won't be doing that. I will be continuing the study marathon of things I have to do, because I have a lot of things I need to do, and work on. And one of those things I have to do and work on is that, I think I may have brought it up, but I'm in a couple new classes this semester for college, and one of them is the Theories of Digital Culture. And one of those classes is wonderful, and the class is fantastic. I have had nothing but the best time looking over the material for some of the amazing stuff that's been going on. I'm super duper excited for everything. And one of my favorite things that's been going on is, there's a couple things that are my favorite things that have been going on with this. So one of those happens to be that we were reading Around the World in 80 Days. Some of you may know that's a book by Jules Verne, which basically discusses adventure, time, as well as a bunch of other amazing themes and stuff. And it's a classic, and I highly recommend reading it because it's an interesting book for its time. It's not that long, so it's a great time to do that. It's just, so great. And I absolutely love it. But one of the amazing things that was an option to do for the project itself was that we had the ability to cover Around the World in 80 Days, but also do a walkthrough of Around the World in 80 Days. Actually, the game itself is called 80 Days, and if I remember correctly, it's by Inkle. It's like an indie company, from what I could tell. It seems really cool. Very excited. And as you guys know, Gemini loves a good game. I love to go through a bunch of stuff and give things a great try. And so I'm really excited to give this a go. And so that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be going through this. And the best way to do it is to go around, watch everything, and do this together. I want you guys to be a part of the experience. Actually, this VOD will be sent to my professor, so he can check on that. So it's a little bit of an interesting stream. I've never done it with the recording to possibly be sending this off to a professor, but that's awesome. Shout out to my professor, Mr. Multhorpe, who is probably watching this right now. Hi! I'm excited to do this. So there's a lot going forward. So, chat, do you get kind of the idea of what we're doing? Let's see a look here. Hi, Demi! Welcome to stream. I'm so excited. So basically this is to cover the essay, or the essay portion of a class that I'm taking. And I did the first playthrough of the game, and I absolutely adored it. I thought it was really great, and for my guys in the chat who love the Choose Your Own Adventure series, and you've recommended things that are visual novels, like Danganronpa, and it just is super exciting. So, as I always say, guys, please, remember, hydrate yourselves. I am expecting you to drink water. I, myself, am currently dealing with some new meds from the doctor to help with some of my health conditions. So I have myself a little bit of food here, nothing super crazy, simply for the fact that I don't have an appetite much because of it. But I have a drink, I have food too, so please feel free to watch along, eat a snack, enjoy yourselves as we dive into the fantastical world of 80 days. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to monitor the chat. I am going to wait a little bit to do decisions. If I remember correctly, I don't think the decisions in the role play aspect are timed. So the main premise of 80 days is to get around the world in 80 days. Very, very simple. So the main thing of what we are going to do today is go through the best way possible by choosing maps, choosing areas to go. You guys will help me try and figure out the best path to move forward to get back home to London in less than 80 days. The last time I did it, it was cutting it so flagrantly fine. It was cutting it so fine. And it just so happened to take me 79 days. So we'll see if we fail, and we might do a couple playthroughs tonight and see how it goes, and see how that works out. But I'm super excited. So how does everyone feel about that? Everybody comfortable? How does everyone feel about such a thing? I know some people may be like, that makes me a little uncomfortable. If you feel uncomfortable having your screen names in my video, that's totally fine. You don't have to comment if you don't want to do anything of that. That's totally fine. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable, and that is completely fine. So my number one thing is I want to make you all feel very, very comfortable, and enjoy yourselves. I am so excited of how this will all go, and I'm just thrilled to do this. I'm so excited. So, you guys are ready to go? Oh, hello, Aurora! Welcome to chat. Okay, let's see. I'm ready for a somewhat long video. Opens the chips. All right! I'm ready to, I have to do training classes for work. I'm eating tacos. Make sure you have water, Gem. I do have water. I do have water. I do have my water. I have water, and I also have a little bit of soda. I've been doing really good, guys. I've really cut down on the sodas. I promise. I am not dying. I'm not dehydrating. I'm surviving. I'm surviving. Good job. Okay, we are gonna get into it. Into 80 days. And I have you guys on my chat on another device, so I can watch you guys, see your responses, and be able to give you guys the best options on how everything goes, so I can watch you guys completely. I want you guys to tell me if anything's going on. I want to see your reactions and enjoy it. Hope this is more relaxing than the last time. You sounded like you're about to have a panic attack. Yeah, Danganronpa is one scary game, guys. It's not per se scary, but panic-inducing, I think, is the best word. But this is a much more chill stream for my people that like a bit more casual gaming. So this will be very good, very good. All right, guys, let's go. Let's start here. London, 1872. I have entered into the service of a gentleman. It would seem he is a gambling man. Let's see. He presents. So cute. I love it already. Oh, and just a heads up, if you have read Around the World of the 80 Days, this is slightly different than that. It is not a complete playthrough of the 80 days. It actually has individual NPC quests and side things per se, or references in that way. You have a deeper engagement with side characters, so it's very exciting. So every choice you make leads to a new thing. 80 days. Based on the novels by Jules Verne. And we start in London. Okay. Let's begin, y'all. And I'm gonna make sure my chat's up. Hello, first time on your stream. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, Eric Grayward. We're happy to have you. This is a bit more of a casual for my usual streams, but welcome. We're so happy to have you. Feel free to chat in chat. We're currently doing 80 Days by Inkley, so it's gonna be exciting. My master returned home from the Reform Club with a strange gleam in his eye. Passepartout, he said. We are going around the world. Pack my hunting rifle and my evening jacket. There is not a moment to waste. You, Passepartout, now have the funds. Looks like we've got about 4,000 pounds. We're giving. Yes, my 2 initials are definitely going to be found out. It's like the first and last names of the world in 2 letters. Okay. And we plan and start on a Tuesday. Quickly, Passepartout. Collect our things and we will be off. Okay. We gotta pack. Okay. So, first we gotta decide what to pack. So, we're working with Resident Evil logic, okay? Certain things can only fit in the case, okay? Each have their own essentials, things of such, okay? So, the evening jacket, part of the Englishman's wardrobe set. We have 2 of 3 that we own. I think this is part of the... Oh, wool shirts and wool trousers, which is close. We could also grab an evening jacket. We can take the hunting rifle with us. It's valuable in these cities, which would be Thessaloniki, Paris, and Odessa. Or we have... This is the English train timetables. Basically, that way we can find out exactly what cities trains are running on much easier. So chat, hello Stud VA. So feel free to tell me what you guys are thinking. I'm thinking the European train table and the evening jacket. What do you guys think? Hey, welcome Michaela. So what do you guys think? Do you think we should go with, what should we think we should take with us on the start of the journey? I know my last playthrough I went through the evening jacket. It was quite helpful. Welcome to the stream. We're so happy to have you for the first time. Welcome. I'm so excited for you to be joining us. Thank you so much. And so I think what we're going to do, I think maybe the times table is probably the best option. And then we do have some room. Oi, what's this? This is 80 Days. It is a game version of Around the World in 80 Days. The goal is to get around the world in 80 days. We pick all of the options, and depending on what we pick, it affects the outcome of the end game. So, our goal, get around the world in 80 days. Timetable and rifle. I saw timetable, so the timetable is staying. Anyone else have any opinions? Timetable, rifle? Anyone got a lot of opinions? Let me see. Evening jacket, rifle. How do we feel like we're going to go with this? Let's see, I'll give you guys a couple seconds. Jacket. I see 1 for rifle, 1 for jacket. 2 for timetable, so the timetable's in. What do you guys think? So we can sell the rifle also in Thessaloniki, Paris, and Odessa. The rifle is always of some use. Take the strap, you might need it. Okay, we're gonna take the strap. We're gonna take the rifle. Okay. Awesome. That's us packed. Timetable will be of great assistance while planning our route. Since we picked the timetable, we now have access to all of these cities and their time routes, maps, and where we can go. So that's super good. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look. I think we are going to Paris first. Now, here's what we need to look at, because I want to take a real serious look here. So, the main cities we see is Nice, which is right over here, right near, it's in France. Then Venice, which is Austria, or no, it's Italy, I apologize. Italy is Venice, Rome, Zurich is Germany, Munich is Germany, Vienna is Austria, and Prague is there, Budapest. Belgrade, Dubrovniki, oh, this is based on the old map, I always forget. Istanbul and Constantinople, Greece, Thessaloniki, which is there, and some other places. So, we should make a plan. Before we set off, where do we want to go, guys? Once we get to Paris, which is where we have to go first, do we want to try and get around the world and go to Munich first? Go to Munich and move forward? What are we thinking? I'll give you guys in chat some time to think about it, and I'll start our departure to Paris, so we can start off the game. But this will be good. We're in London, so we must depart. And so we embark. We depart now. Someone says Munich. Okay. We leapt aboard the 825 from Charing Cross at the final whistle shrieked its warning. Our journey had begun. Okay. We shall converse. Fine form, we must make haste. We begin our conversations. Okay. Oh, it is timed. Okay. Greetings, Monsieur Verne. Passepartout, did you say your name was? What a curious appellation. Let's see, Paris to Munich. You mentioned trains. Have you been told... we have a timetable routing from Paris to Munich. You mentioned trains. Have been told you can get from Ekranburg from Moscow aboard the Trans-Siberian Express, but the fare is prohibitive. Oh, I see. Then let's look. Do we want to try Venice, Belgrade, Prague, Zurich? Where do we want to look? I think Zurich is a little back. We checked for Munich, so let's try... where are we thinking? Going Munich to Vienna, maybe? Munich to Vienna? Munich to Venice, Vienna, Belgrade. Where are you guys thinking? Or Prague? Zurich is the wrong direction. So where are you thinking? Prague. Okay. That seems quite impossible to me. So that's not possible to get from Vienna to Prague. Or from Munich to Prague. So let's try... Vienna, okay. I believe so. Vienna can be reached by Munich by private car. Goodbye. Okay. So we have the option to get Vienna by private car. We now have access to new discovered routes in Moscow. Interesting. And so, by the way, we discover new routes by talking to individuals. So based on what we talk about and where we pick, we can get new routes. I can't spell. I understood what you mean, honey. Don't you worry. The Infantry Express rattled along narrow-gauged rails to Dover, where its fins extended and plunged directly into the channel. Monsieur Fogg had no remark as the dark water pressed against our windows. I thought it was so marvelous at the time, but how many marvels were still to come? Oh, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is also a reimagining of the 80 Days because it has a steampunk element. So we have walking airship, we have airships, the Infantry Express is an underwater train. There's a lot of interesting options with this game. Okay. We're moving, and so we get to Paris, and so Paris, I saw that you guys thought to Munich. We splashed up onto the rails at Calais and stopped at the remaining miles at the Paris Gare du Nord quickly. According to Tuesday's paper, Monsieur Fogg remarked, the Orient Express now runs as far as Bucharest. Okay. And we have arrived in Paris, and now the time is going for the day. So, let's take a look, and we will plan to see. So, now what we have to plan is when we can get to Munich. So, we could embark today for 130 pounds, and I don't see a time. Vienna can be reached by private car, and we wanted to go to Munich. So, let's go back to Paris really quickly. And do you guys want to explore or leave right away? Or actually, why don't we check the market first? So we can buy an extra suitcase, and we can buy a bottle of wine, and do that. We can buy a driving cap, or we can maybe buy some crackers. What do you guys think? You want to buy anything? You want to go? What do you think? At the Rue de Claire. What do you think? Want to buy anything? We got it. We're a little timed, y'all. I think let me check one more time. I want to check one more time what time we have to leave to get to Munich, actually. Vienna can be reached by private car. Okay. Why don't we embark to Munich right away? How do y'all think? Let's embark to Munich right away, I think. Drive cap and wine. Okay. So before we go, we're going to buy the drive cap and we're going to buy the wine. Okay. Awesome. So we're going to buy a suitcase, wine, drive cap. Awesome. Fab. We love that. Okay, and we are going to depart to Munich. Embark! Oh, it only said we have 2. The overhead rack has space for 1 suitcase, but we have 2. Well, why don't we hire... Embark is to go, is to leave. So we're going to pay so we can take our suitcase with us. There we go. Embarking, embarking, embarking. We boarded the Orient Express at 1825 from the Grand de Paris Este. The train was very beautiful, extremely fast. The train would be the first leg of a much longer journey. What do you think we should answer with, guys? Also, while we do this, I will tuck into my burger a little bit because I have not eaten today. But I promised you guys I would take care of myself. So I will have a bite of the burger while I do this. Okay. Beautiful fast or part of a bigger journey? I see beautiful. I see beautiful. Okay, I see beautiful. Let's go with beautiful. We boarded the Orient. The train was very beautiful, a jewel of both European design and European diplomacy. With the Compagnie Internationale des Wagons Laités, it having persuaded several envious empires, we linked together by train line. It was uniquely placed to sweep across Europe, one of the many modern wonders that had led Monsieur Fogg's wager. I haven't eaten yet, and I've been awake for 20 minutes. Well, if it's morning, then good morning. Okay. Do you think we should say that it sweeps across Europe? Which one? Should we go with the first option? It was uniquely placed to sweep across Europe, or should I go with it was one of the many modern developments that led the wager? What should we put? What interactions do y'all think? What do you think? Sweep across. Okay. Okay. It was uniquely placed to sweep us across Europe, or at least as far as Bucharest, where the line to Istanbul was still undergoing construction. At last, long whistle blew, and we began our journey east. So I think what we're going to do is we'll converse. Greetings, monsieur. Can I help you at all, monsieur? I am the guard of this train. Do we want to do a conversation of Munich to Vienna? Or just Munich? 8:15 p.m. in Texas. I work overnight, but I'm off tonight. Oh! Interesting, interesting. I think we have enough time to do both conversations. Okay. I've been told that Vienna can be reached by Munich by private car. On the subject of cars, I've heard one can travel from Mana to Vienna. Ooh, interesting. Maybe... Do we want to do Vienna to Belgrade, Vienna to Zurich, Vienna to Venice? I think to Belgrade, if I see on the map correctly. I think I'll go with Belgrade. Oh, V to Z? V to Z, okay. I doubt it, okay. I'm gonna try also Belgrade. Let's neither say that there's neither bank nor market in Belgrade. Oh, that's important to know. There's no market in Belgrade. My master wished to be undisturbed, so we left Paris. I borrowed our compartment door. I left him and explored the train. I sure hope an Austrian Archduke doesn't get assassinated during this trip, glares at Serbia. Dang. Dang, we're a bit early in the timeline for that, I think. But it's alright. Do we think we should bar the door? Or do you think we should go and explore, or just bar the door? Explore the train. Okay. We're exploring the train. There was a delightful dining car and an observation deck formed by the replacement of an entire compartment with an open glass cube. I stopped there to watch the scenery flash by. I attended the dining car. I saw nothing that interested me. What do we think? We going to the dining car? Where are we going? What are we doing? Three very interesting options. I think if we chose to explore the train, I think we should either do the scenery or the dining car. But what are we thinking? Oh, you think I saw nothing? I saw some people say I saw nothing. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Anyone else have anything? Or is it going to be I saw nothing that interested me? I think we're going to go with I saw nothing, because I don't see any other answers. So I saw nothing. And so I returned to Monsieur Fogg, who, to my surprise, looked up from his paper. What did you learn? I inquired. Nothing. He said, really, Passepartout. You must do better than that. You are my valet. You must discover the lay of the land. Yes, monsieur. We arrived in Munich a few hours later. Okay. Let us plan! So, most likely we'll go to, tomorrow we will go to Vienna. But from Vienna, where do we want to go? It feels like we might have a better chance of getting somewhere if we go towards Belgrade, and to Thessaloniki, which is kind of a bit more important. So, we'll go to Vienna to get to where we need to go. But keep in mind, guys, are we going to go to Warsaw or Budapest? Or where are we going to go? Warsaw or Budapest? Keep that in mind. Because that's going to be important, guys. And it does not leave tomorrow till 5 p.m. Okay. So, we are going to go back to Munich. And so we can't do anything, so we'll spend overnight. I am actually doing this because it's part of a project I have to do to play this game, so I'm excited. But also, welcome, Akira. Warsaw. Okay. The Franco-Prussian War had concluded just a year previous. Thus, my French accent was a disadvantage. Thus, I flaunted my French accent. Do you think... You know what? I think we're actually going to just go disadvantage, because I know that this will be nasty. Thus, my French accent was a disadvantage during our short time in Munich. The concierge at our hotel was most suspicious when I appeared at the desk. I was not immune to certain bitterness. I do not care for politics. I think we'll go, I do not care for politics. What do you guys think we should say? I was not immune to certain bitterness, or I do not care for politics. Gem, Europe is like a fragile scale. The slightest imbalance could get conflict started. It's true, it's true. It's interesting, it's interesting. We should say, I do not care for politics, or I was not immune to certain bitterness. What do we think? Politics. I do not care for politics. I do not care for politics myself. What was the enmity of nations to me? Still, in order to avoid any untowardness, to suggest to the man that he might be equally considerate. I think we should go with untowardness. What do you guys think? To not start any problems that we don't want to get our hands in. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think? I think maybe to do untowardness. I'm gonna go equally considerate. So I just said to the man that he might be equally considerate. He slid from my accusation like a fish from a hook. You are a valet, he said. I am a concierge. We both work for an English gentleman. I left the idiot to his air hoil. Then let me tell you what my gentleman needs. What should we do? What should we say? Gentleman needs, okay. Then let me tell you what my gentleman needs, I replied, sensing this feeble creature could be bullied. We are traveling as fast as possible around the world. We require a hot bath, the best food, and a peaceful environment. Traveling as fast as possible, or certain needs? Environment. The man nodded. It will be done. Very nice. Okay. We have some time before we need to leave. Yes. So why don't we explore? New routes discovered! There's a little daylight in Munich. The sky is shrouded in steam and oil fumes from the tractors and hydraulic excavators in the street. Workers shouting at each other. A place of industry, then, quickly returned to the safety of a cafe. What should we pick, my dears? Investigate the workers, discuss the actual location itself, or go to a cafe? What do we think? Industry. A place of industry, then. Those citizens who wore dark cloaks to protect their fineries from the soot. I brushed a few specks of dirt from my collar. In horror, absent-mindedly. In horror or absent-mindedly? Oh no, the horror! Or without a second thought. Cafe. Coffee is needed. In horror, absent-mindedly. Mindedly. Okay, I'll give it a couple more seconds. Wait to see that everybody's caught up. Absent, okay. Absent-mindedly. I brushed the specks of dirt from my collar absent-mindedly, far more intrigued by the gleaming machines remaking the city's skyline. Rumor has it is the work was the doing of the Bavarian king, who had become obsessed with steam power, and the spectacle was more interesting to me than the patronage. So, steam power or the show? The spectacle of looking at everything. Looking around or talking about steam power? Steam power. Okay. Bavarian king who had become obsessed with steam power and was spending an exorbitant sum on the imported machinery and engineering works. The Kingdom of Bavaria had recently joined the German Empire. It appeared that the king suddenly had much more time on his aristocratic hands. Well, what matters, the whims of the aristocrats? Power and free time are the most potent and dangerous combination. What should we put? Well, what matters, the whims of the aristocrats, or power and free time are the most potent and dangerous combination? What should we put? Power and free time. Okay. Power and free time are the most potent and dangerous combination, as our journey, I fear, proves. Okay. Market's open! So let's check the market before we leave. We have a second case. So we have the option to take dominoes, which is of interest to Ernest, Prim, and Sea Dog types. We can get a Stetson for the American wardrobe. We can get something, the split-second stopwatch, which is valuable in Budapest, Helsinki, and Rome. And we also have Brazilian snuff, of interest in luxury Prim types. What should we do? Grab something to play, or something to give? What should we do? We want to buy something? What do we think? Time is ticking. I think I might take the dominoes since they cost nothing. So, dominoes and watch. Okay. Anything else before we push off? And we head to Vienna? Anything else? We got a couple of things left. Okay, we're gonna embark. Let's go! I can't get over the little car. The little car is so cute. For implicable reasons, there was no way to reboard the Orient Express at Munich. Something strange to do with the custom laws, though. I understand it was actually retribution for unpaid fees. I had little interest in such matters. What should we do? Actual retribution for unpaid fees or little interest? What do we think, gentlemen? What do we think? What do we think, ladies and gentlemen? Adventurers, what do we believe? Couple of options here. Unpaid fees. Okay. It looks like motorized piece of scrap. We're gonna go without paid fees. Okay. It seemed the Express charged countries for the privilege of being connected rather than the other way around. We ended up cramming ourselves into a steam-powered car instead and chuffing along. So, converse or wait? What do we think? I think we can do a quick little thingy here. Vienna tackled telegraphing lines. Awesome. It was a pleasant ride. Our driver, one Malek Hertz, regaled us with stories of his time in the Indian subcontinent, or to which I happily did not listen. I will tell you, if we listen to his stories of certain places, we will develop an understanding of the map. So, if you want to head towards the Indian subcontinent, that will help. What do you guys think? Time on, okay? Oh! Oh, shoot! I messed up, guys. Oh, I messed up. I clicked the wrong one. Oh, no! I missed the wrong one! Is there a way to go back? Hold on. I was reading the comments to see and I clicked the wrong one. Oh, no! Hey, Joe, you heard the comic name Ordeal? Yeah, it goes hard. I have not. Oh, no. Shoot! Okay. Alright, okay. Damn, that sucks. Okay. We'll roll with it. We'll figure it out. I'll be driving on to Budapest soon if you want. I'm so mad! I can't believe I clicked the wrong one. We'll drive up to Budapest soon if you want. Okay. Dang! New routes discovered. Okay. You're in Vienna. We will make a plan. So, we can go to Budapest and Bucharest. Budapest tomorrow before 7 p.m. and Bucharest departs tomorrow at 7 a.m. Let's see if there's a way we can talk to the people. Yeah, there's no one we can talk to. Okay, so we've got to do the overnight. We're gonna stay overnight. We'll pass the night here. Okay. We found a room in the newly opened Hotel Imperial in a suite built for Duke Philip of Württemberg's maidservant. The view along the Ringstraße was impressive. There was a delightful chamber group playing in the lobby. What should we do? First option, second option. First option, second option. Impressive. The view along the Ringstraße was impressive, and as I looked, I saw the lines and lines of mechanical soldiers marching along the road. The people of the city were moving quickly out of their path. At their rear marched a group of musicians. Should we speak about the soldiers or the musician or the people in the city who are moving out the way, or musicians? I am so confused on what's happening right now. So, as I mentioned, this is a version of Around the World in 80 Days. We are traveling to different cities to try and get around the world in 80 days. We are currently on day 4. It tracks our money the day that we're getting there, and so we're running through a bunch of stuff. We have a bunch of different options. Every time we pick an option, it changes how the story can occur. So, every option you all choose affects the story. It's fantastic. It's how we interact with NPCs and work forward to be able to get across the world in 80 days. And so we can either speak to the musicians right now, because we're currently in Vienna, or we can talk about the people in the street who are moving out the path of metal tin soldiers, like mechanical soldiers, like automaton soldiers. Someone says path. Okay. The people of the city were moving quickly out of their path, as though these automata could not be trusted. I went to follow them. I closed the shutters. Follow them? Or act like you never saw? What do we think? Follow. I want to follow them. Curious at the meaning of these late night maneuvers, the night air had chill, but of course it did not trouble the fleshless army, who marched in lockstep fashion. Their path took them to the train station, where they halted a moment and then began to file inside. I moved quickly away, was more curious than ever. Do we move away quickly, or do we get more curious? I'm interested to see, because I did not follow this plotline the first playthrough. So I'm excited to see. I have no idea what's going on from here. Curious. Okay. I see curious. Other people? Anybody else curious? I'm going to go with curious. Curious than ever. A musician at the back of the procession caught my eye. I beckoned him over. What do you want? What is this procession? Where are you all going? Ask about the soldiers' procession, or ask where they're going. What do we think? Where do we want to go? What do we want to do? Ask about the procession. Ask where they're going. Procession. Okay. What is this procession? I demanded. War is coming, the man replied. We must prepare our borders. We are taking the train to Belgrade. Now get going before the soldiers see you. The threat was clear. I ran down a side alley over the wall, and when I limped my way back to the hotel, and Monsieur Fogg, who I am explained everything, nothing, that a train is leaving to Belgrade. Should we tell him everything? Nothing? Or that their train is leaving for Belgrade? Now, keep this in mind. This also means that they're saying that Belgrade is possibly a city at war. Everything? We tell the homie nothing, everything, or that there's a train leading for Belgrade. I see everything. We're going to go with everything. Much to his displeasure. Okay. It's good to know. Because I originally was looking into Belgrade and I wasn't sure. So, we will look over the map now. So, Belgrade is down here. If we go to Budapest, we're either going to Belgrade or Bucharest. Or we can go to Warsaw. So, are we going B or W? You can put B or W, whichever one you want to go. B or W? Because the one to Warsaw arrives today. Departs at 10 a.m., which is in 2 hours. Or this one before 7 p.m. I see Warsaw. If you know too much, get away quickly. Okay, let's go to Warsaw. Gallant Rider. Very nice. So that's our plan. Let me check. So we went to Vienna. So here in Vienna, we are also at the market. Is there anything we want to buy from the market? We can buy a brass wool loose, geared to running stones through when possible, a scented candle, or riding goggles. We want anything? What are we thinking, folks? Anything we want to buy or leave it alone? We don't have to buy anything if we don't think it's worth having it. I see W, so we're definitely going to Warsaw. So, do we want anything from the shop? I didn't think there's anything in the shop that I personally would pick. Nah. Look at our little guy hiding in the smoke. Yeah. So, let us go here, and we will head to... Oh, we missed the thing to Warsaw. Shoot, we missed it. Okay, then we will explore the city one more time, and then we'll sleep overnight. How does that sound, guys? Hi, welcome to HJ Games. Welcome. So we will explore. Oh, we found another one. There's one to Venice. Oh! Okay. With the time I had during the day, I chose to scout the train station, avoid the station with the soldiers. Are we scouting? My day's going well, thank you. We're playing an interesting game. This is 80 days. And we're trying to get around the world in 80 days. And we're solving stories and meeting characters, doing all kinds of cool stuff. With that time during the day, I chose to scout around the train station or avoid the station with the soldiers. What should we do? Scout around the train station? Avoid the station? What should we be doing? Scout, avoid. You can choose S or A. Scout is S, avoid is A. Feel free to put your choice in the chat. Avoid. Don't want to be seen. No. So I'm guessing that's an avoid. But as I roamed the streets of Vienna, the presence of the army was everywhere, although I did not see a single flesh-and-bone soldier. My dear friends, what I had seen the night before, and almost though I thought I had imagined it, was quite real. The Austro-Hungarian Empire might be built upon its armies of mechanical men. What a magnificent sight! Their pewter faces were homogeneously handsome. Okay. Magnificent, M, H for handsome. I think I'm also going to set up on my other little thing so that I can put little thingies in the chat for you guys. Let me see if there's a way I can put M. Let me see. I see M already. H, M. Ooh. Currently it's leaning on the side of M. I'm going to give it another minute. Anyone else want to put in their vote? H is for handsome. Yes. So it's a split, 50-50. I need one more person to vote, and then we'll go with what we're going with. M, M, H, and H. I see HJ. I see M's. split 50-50. I know there's 5 people in my chat I can see, so somebody, if you haven't voted, we would love your vote. Oh, 6 people now in chat? Let's see, what are we thinking, guys? Or I'll just flip it on a coin. I'll flip it. You know what? Let's just flip it. We'll let fate decide. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Let's flip it. We'll make head decide. Okay. So coins. So for the M side, pick a side. For Magnificent Sight, I would like you all to tell me heads or tails. Heads or tails, my dears? For the side that wants M, M will have heads. Okay. Ready? We're going to flip it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is heads. Okay, so that is for Magnificent Sight. They are a magnificent sight, ranging and gleaming in rows along the wide Parisian boulevards, their enamel uniforms polished to a shine. Shined to a polish. I strolled back along the avenues, watching the city pass by with new eyes. Under its gilded, manicured beauty lurked something sharper, more bloodthirsty. Vienna was once a city of music, and the city of war. So, let's take a look and see when is the next time we can get to Warsaw. 10 a.m. tomorrow. So, do you guys want to just sleep overnight and then leave first thing? Okay, I think we're going to sleep overnight and then first thing head off. For the remainder of the day, I'm gonna do one quick thing. Okay, that should, I was gonna say, I think that should end the action. We will embark to Warsaw. We're on the way! It was not the Orient Express that took us northeast from Vienna towards Warsaw. That train traveled to exotic locations. They were destined for gloomy cold of the north, into the paws of the bear of Russia. Aboard the train, we stayed to ourselves, or fell into a conversation with a Russian gentleman. Aboard the train, A or Russian gentleman R. Somebody put A or R in the chat. A or R. Please put that into the chat. It would be greatly appreciated. Actually, I might do a little thingy here, actually. Let me go really quickly and do this. I might be able to do a brief little thing. And we're gonna go and I'm gonna put polls and I'm gonna have an option up so I can put polls in the chat. So it makes it much easier for guys to just click a button and it'll be super simple. And so right now I see R, so we're gonna go with our Russian gentleman. I fell into conversation with a Russian gentleman who, as he told me at great length, was making a long journey back to Vladostovik via Moscow and the Trans-Siberian Express. I asked him about Moscow, about the Trans-Siberian, or told him of our journey. So, we are going to do a 3-option poll. which is going to be interesting here. So we're going to start a poll. We're going to do about, let's do this here. We're going to do for Moscow, which would be M. Hold on. Moscow, Trans-Siberian, or J as in the journey. And so we're going to go, you pick. All right. Start the poll. I'm going to see what you guys say. Ooh. Let's see. I see some people having voted. I see people voting. I see people voting. I see that we have 2 votes. Currently 1 for the journey, 1 for Moscow. Ooh, I see 3 votes. 2 for M, 1 for journey. Ooh. I think we got it. Okay. That's going to be the end of the poll. I am ending the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Poll has ended. And with that, we are choosing to talk about Moscow. I asked him about Moscow, and he shrugged. A nice enough city to pass through, he said, but not one to stay in. Too easy to offend the Tsar and his loyalists there. The train juddered. I asked him about the Trans-Siberian, and since we have the same 2 options, I will ask him about our journey. I told him of our journey, and he smiled at the whimsy of it. There is much to see in the world, or so I hear. I bid him farewell, and I returned to my compartment. Would we like to converse? I think we should converse. Greetings, Monsieur Kranskin. Good evening, man of France. Begin on Warsaw. I am told that Warsaw is connected to Moscow by rail. So, should we talk about Helsinki, Berlin? We passed Prague, so I wouldn't recommend Prague. We're passing Budapest. Odessa's on the other side, so I think what we should try is Helsinki. But actually, I think we're gonna go with. Actually, all of them are behind us, so let's go to Helsinki. I heard you can reach Helsinki from Warsaw. You mentioned trains. I have been told that the Escarbur is linked to the Osmanka aboard the Trans-Siberian Express. Let us ask about Osmanka or play dominoes? Are we gonna play dominoes with this gentleman, or are we gonna play Osmanka? Are we gonna smash this man in with dominoes, or are we gonna play Osmanka? Umska. Maybe Umska. Go to Umska or play dominoes? What are we doing? We doing picnic rolls? Dominoes, picnic rolls? Oh? This was a good one. I can't wait to see what everybody chooses for this one. I'll put the poll in the chat. Hold on, we're gonna put the show. We going O? Or we going M? How are we going this one? Or O or D? Pick. O or D? We going O or D? Dominoes. O. Where are we picking? We gotta hurry though, because we're on time. Let's see. We got 2 votes. 1, we're evenly matched. We got 3. Okay, 2 for dominoes, 1 for O. Oh, we only got a couple minutes left. I am gonna take that as dominoes winning. So we're gonna end that poll really quick. We're gonna go here and we're gonna play dominoes. Do you play dominoes, Monsieur Poisson? Sounds wonderful. And we can still just discuss the Mosca. Okay, awesome. The rumor is that some buyers will pay well for stopwatches in Mosca. Did you know some buyers will pay for hunting rifles in Iskander? Oh, so we can sell the stopwatch and the rifle for more money. Let's try about this route. Change the subject. Let's try Vlodestock. Look, the fastest way to Vlodestock here is Iskander. Okay, I'm afraid I have to go now. Bye-bye. Yeah, look, we got lots of patterns. Okay. The train itself was comfortable enough and fast. We arrived in Warsaw before nightfall. Seems we have no departures today. We should explore a little bit. We are going to check the market. Zolotrope. Vodka. Indian shipping timetable. Windscarf. I see an Indian ship timetable. Do we want to get a ship's timetable? Want to get a timetable for ships? I think, what do we want to get? What do we want to get, y'all? I'm thinking maybe the times table for the Indian ships. Indian shipping table. Okay, we're going to grab one of those. Awesome. And I don't think any of the other ones are important. New routes discovered! Ooh, interesting. Singapore, okay. Hong Kong. That's a lot of options, y'all. Alright. We will take a minute to look. So currently, we will have to take tomorrow the thing to Helsinki, then to Moscow. The next one is Ekaterinburg, depending if we get more places. And we can follow the line down to get around the world, y'all. Wouldn't be so hard. Okay. We can make it to the Americas. Alright. Okay. We will go to the hotel. Why don't we plan to get to Moscow? Departures tomorrow. And so we'll plan. Awesome. So we have planned our little trip thingy of where to go. We will sleep overnight. We walked the streets of Warsaw, feeling the air was different continents all around, at least than 2 generations. The Tsar had made this little outpost all their own. But there were signs of dissent in every corner. They have made it nicer, too. So, dissent, D or N? Signs of the descent? Or no? I see D. I see 1 vote. I see 1 vote. I see 2 votes for D. Okay. Oh, 1 vote, 2 votes. Okay. I think we're going to end it at 2 votes. So we're going to end it there. And we're going to move on. And we're going to go with dissent. But there were signs of dissent in every corner. For every building project in the city, there was glued pamphlets declaring Russians to be dogs, fiends, and Philistines. We back away or walk further? Walk away or head back? What are we doing, guys? Let me do this. Run. Let me see. We're going to do head back. Oh, I see some people putting head back in the chat. Okay. So we'll leave that alone. So we're going to go right here and we're going to put head back. We feared we might stumble into an actual riot. Our fears were probably unfounded, however. For all the printed material, we saw no disturbances. It seems all the revolutionary types have been placated, rounded up, and shot. What are we putting? What do we think's happened? Placated. Okay. In fact, our hostilier told us later that the pamphlets themselves are produced by machines buried by the rebels during the Troubles. No one has yet found them to switch them off. Let me see. I think we should embark. If we do this, we can arrive today. So let's do this. We clambered aboard the train. Monsieur Fogg settled in a far corner like a dusty old uncle, and I went to sit next to him or press my nose against the glass. Are we chilling, or are we chilling like a gentleman, or acting like a kiddo? What are we doing? Excited or gentlemanly? How are we rolling, gang? Next. Okay. And I sit next to him, ready to attend his wishes. He had none, of course, but to be left alone with his thoughts, whatever they are. We rode in silence. Do we converse or do we wait? I think we should converse. Oh, we got a lady this time. Greetings, mademoiselle. Good evening. What do we want to talk about? Because we're on the way to a mosque and then to Moscow. So, let's try this one. We gather, can you get to Aspinwoods from Moscow aboard the Trans-Siberian Express, but the fare is prohibitive. You mentioned trains. I've been through Tehran. It's connected to Herat by rail. What are we thinking? Talk about Herat, talk about where? Herat. Okay. Here's something. Buyers in Bombay will pay a huge amount for zoetropes from Herat. Oh, okay. Let's see. Do we want to learn about Bombay or more about Herat? Welcome, Dee! How are you? Welcome, welcome! What are we thinking, guys? Herat and then talk about somewhere else? What are we thinking? Tehran, Kiryata, Alor, Bandar Abbas. Just got home and got food. I'm bleh. Well, luckily, it's a very chill stream tonight. Let's learn more about Herat. Yeah, Herat. Let's see. But glad to hear you're doing better. I am doing much better. I sound not like I'm about to cough up a lung. I feel so much better. Let's try Tehran. I don't know. Dominoes. Don't mind if I do. Let's discuss Bombay, Moscow, Tehran. Let's try learning more about Herat. I am told buyers in Ringu will pay very well indeed for geometric equipment in Herat. Okay, let's try Baghdad. No idea. But now Baghdad is on the border of the Ottoman Empire and the Persian allies. Alor? Indeed, one can hire a pelican from Herat to Alor. Goodbye. We got lots of roots! Roots, baby, roots! Roots, baby, roots! Look, we're on a fancy train. We arrive at Misinki after nightfall, and we watch people hurried by from the train or quickly disembark. Quickly disembarked? And quickly disembarked, or people hurried from the train? I think they're the same thing in my personal opinion. But we're going to leave that alone. What are we thinking, y'all? I'm thinking that we quickly hurried from the train or quickly disembarked. I think I watched people hurry from the train. We watched, okay? Watched those people hurry from the train in the dark and cold street. Monsieur Fogg held his teacup close and huddled underneath a blanket. At least for tonight, we are safe. Okay. We converse. Ooh. Oh, goodness me. We tend to Mr. Fogg. I can hardly trust you to attend my person. Morning came, and we were still crossing the Russian countryside. The train moved in its slow and steady way. Did we play dominoes, tend to Fogg's needs, chat with other passengers, or watch the scenery go by? Also, we do need to watch our relationship and connection level with Fogg. It's kind of important because it affects some of the outcomes of what can happen. So I'm keeping an eye on it. Don't worry. What are we thinking? Playing dominoes? Tending to our master? Watching other passengers? Watching the scenery go by? What are we thinking? Master Fogg. What are we thinking? Or are we planning to slap down some dominoes? What are we thinking, y'all? We planning to whoop somebody behind in dominoes. Ooh, I see a split. I see a split. Talk to others or the scenery. Ooh. All right, I'm gonna flip it. I'm gonna do a coin flip. We're doing another coin flip. I'm gonna put heads as dominoes, or I'm gonna put heads as talking to other people, and tails for master's needs. Tails. Okay, master's needs. Okay, we're gonna do that. I spent the time waiting on Master's needs and keeping him comfortable, and he perked up rapidly. Finally, we pulled into the stone edifice that Moscow Station and disembarked. Oh, boy. He does not like Moscow. Jesus. Alright, we're gonna check out. So, what do we want next? We can get a can of oil. We can get a Caribbean timetable, fur-lined boots, or a railway cap. A railwayman's cap, the sort worn by train guards and enthusiasts. What do we want to do? Oh, and I believe we can actually sell the rifle here. Hold on. Can we sell it here? I think we can sell the rifle here. Do we want to sell the rifle? Apparently it's valuable here. Do we want to sell it? I want to get the timetable, but to open up room, we could sell this. We want to sell the rifle? How do we want to go about this? How do we want to do this, gang? Sell the rifle. Okay, we're gonna sell the rifle. Oh. Oh, hold on. Oh. Oh, it's a little too late? Okay, hold on. We're gonna stay overnight in Moscow. We let the time pass. Is that a comfortable city for a Frenchman? A local composer had written a piece of peace people calling the 1812 Overture, commemorating the Russian victory over Napoleon's invading Grande Armée. That in that fateful year, patriotic passions were at a fever pitch, but I did not let it stop us, so I stayed very sensible indoors. Were we sensible, or did we stay indoors? Stay indoors. And I sensibly stayed indoors. Alas, my friends, my solitude are quickly interrupted by an officious rap on the door. Two men in clothes so plain they were certainly police officers invited themselves in. I have heard of the Oharana, or the new Tsar is a paranoid sort. Which one, my dears? What do we think? Talk about the new Tsar or talk about the Oharana? What do we think? Tsar. Okay. Power Lord. Okay. Sword. And so it is said. But who could blame him? Having personally witnessed his father's assassination as a young man, my luck, it seemed, had deserted me. So I resolved to make my own or escape out the back door. I think we should... make our own luck or escape out the back door. What do you think, guys? Make our own, okay? We need a couple more minutes, a couple seconds. Give it a minute. Gamby, make my own luck. Okay. Make my own luck. They asked me my name and my purpose, and I lied audaciously, answered defiantly. Do we lie or do we tell the truth? Do we lie or do we answer? That is the question. answered friendly, keeping to the truth, and not raising my eyes from the floor. They seemed skeptical about our journey. To which I protested, or I could not blame them. Can't blame him. Okay. I could not blame them. They seemed skeptical about our journey, and I could not blame them. Anyone with half a brain in their head would wonder at our breakneck journey around the world. At length they nodded. One removed a curious monocle and placed it into his pocket. It seems you are truthful. Crazy, but truthful. Why are you traveling through Russia? We do not understand. Perhaps you are heading to Vladivostok? We have considered it. What a terrible place. Perhaps you have some advice for us? What should we ask? Advice, consider, or terrible place? What are we thinking? Considered terrible, or perhaps advice? I mean, I personally would ask them for advice. That's just me. Truth. They have no reason to detain any, especially the characters, because Russia is allied with France. Okay. So, perhaps advice. Perhaps you have some advice for us. Perhaps we do, the policeman agreed. Polskulski is closed to all but military personnel. If you're thinking of going that way, choose again. They proceed to rummage through our cases, tossing our possessions in all directions, but evidently finding nothing of interest. Do not stay in Moscow too long. Russian air does not suit Frenchmen. I took their warning to heart and quickly moved forward to departing the Tsarist capital. Your character has now become dependable. So, what we are going to do is check the map and see where we were going. Because if we were going to one place, we need to be very careful of where we are going. And I think they said not to go to, where was it? Vladivostok, I think they said. But that's not where we're going. I think that's not where we're going. Okay. Departs in 5 days. Negotiable. Oh, we can negotiate. Let us negotiate. Thoroughly ungentlemanly behavior. The ticket will require a further 600. Jeez! Gee willikers. There's no other way to go. Let's start here. Let's get here. Let's go to the market and let's sell the gun. We buy the timetable. The timetables all stay in one case. Is there anything else we might want to get rid of here? I don't think so. So, that's it. New routes discovered. Okay, this is what we want to see. Oh, there's a route connects to the US. Okay. They missed the hunting rifle. How did they miss the full-size hunting rifle? Okay. So we're going to check also, while we're here in Moscow, we are going to explore again. I want to explore. And find new paths. Because it seems that we don't got too many options. I took a few hours to explore, investigating the various options of how we might consider our journey. Okay, so we will also plan. Once again, look at the map. So where can we go? Because if we get to Astrakhan, we could get to Tehran, and Kabul, Lahore, Delhi, which would make sense. Maybe we should go to Astrakhan? This one departs in 5 days. This one departs in 2 days. So what are we thinking? Oh, and buy the cap? I saw the cap. Hold on, let's buy the cap. Let's buy the cap. I saw the cap. We're gonna buy the cap. Yes. Oh, and we're going into cold climate. I'm going to make a personal executive decision to buy the boots. Okay. And back to the plan. Okay. So, are we going to continue on the route to head to Ekaterinburg, or which departs in 5 days, meaning that we go from 8 days to 13 days, day 13, right? Or do we travel to Sarintensia, and we go that way, and it leaves in 2 days. We arrive on Thursday, and then by Friday, the next day, which is 3 days, we get to Araskan. And then by then, we could probably find a route to get to Mount Ebres or to Baku, and that can lead to Tehran. And then we can get through the rest of India. What do you guys think? You tell me what y'all think. And you can have a bit of time because we won't be able to go anywhere for a hot minute. And I am also going to say that Ekaterinburg has the fare that's a bit prohibited. So I think the best option might be to go to Cernea. And we can negotiate it. Okay. Let's just do this one. And we'll stay in Moscow. And we'll do an overnight in the hotel. We'll pass here. As night fell, I buffed and showed my master's pocket watch. I helped the kitchen staff to clean or stretch my legs. What do we think? We stretch, help the kitchen staff, or work with master's pocket watch? I think we should talk to the kitchen staff or stretch my legs. Because fog is at 100. So what do you think? What do you think, y'all? What do we think, y'all? Kitchen staff? Okay, we're gonna talk to the staff. Your funds have gone up somewhat. Ooh! Earning 57 pounds in tips. Very nice, very nice. Let me plan a when. I want to see exactly when this takes off. Hold on. We're gonna go here. 8 a.m. Okay. 8 a.m. tomorrow. So we're going to go here, and we're going to spend another... unless the market has something new. No, it does not. Okay, so we're going to do another day at the hotel. We're going to let another day pass by. Before retiring, I searched the collars on his shirt. A few hours polishing shoes in the lobby. Spent a few hours walking around. Walk around, starch the collars of our shirts, or spend a few hours polishing shoes in the lobby? Do we want to make money? Do we want to walk around? Do we want to work with fog? How do we want to do this? I'm thinking that maybe we could take some time walking around. Oh, actually, no. Actually, no. I think we should starch the collars of our shirts. That way we don't miss the... Actually, forget what I said. I don't think we can do those options without missing the thing here. I'm gonna make an executive decision just to starch the collars so that they're set for our departure, and then we're gonna get ready and we're gonna embark. Awesome. We're doing good. Freight train. Sorry, I didn't want us to miss our train, y'all. We took a freight train to Sarinsia through the line that is nominally a spur of the majestic Trans-Siberian. The track was much older construction and hardly luxurious or hardly designed for passengers. hardly luxurious. Let's say, it was quite an imposition for Monsieur Fogg. In fact, I attempted to temper, I think. With solicitousness and care on our journey, though there was little that could be done to shield Mr. Fogg from the rickety swaying carriage and whistling draught. Your relationship with Fogg has slightly improved. Cool. Do we tend to Fogg? Do we do a conversation? Do we read the newspaper? I think we can attend to Fogg and do everything. Or maybe converse. Let's converse. Greetings, Monsieur Rapinoe. I am the quartermaster here. You are most strange luggage. Let us do with this one. Mention the trains. Head to go to Cabal Tarat towards Crematage. Okay. I think we should look for Mont Ubris. No such, I wager. Beijing. No airships allowed near Beijing. You should check my new post. By the way, y'all, if you like other cool things, Michi is, as you know, my partner, Lord Michiro, who also does gaming content. He is currently doing an entire playthrough of the storyline for Persona 4 Arena, so that's happening over on his channel. So you should go check him out. He's fun. He's awesome. Also, welcome to the chat, babe. By the end of the day, Monsieur Fogg was feeling rather sorry for himself, or I could take Monsieur Fogg's difficulties no more. Was he feeling sorry for himself? I feel like he was feeling sorry for himself. He was feeling so sorry for himself. I think he's feeling sorry for himself. Yeah, he's feeling sorry for himself. Or perhaps slightly motion sick from his insistent study of the newspaper. Imagine he gets fucking... Ooh! It seems we can complete our English wardrobe here for protection against uncomfortable conditions. Oh, I see. Evening jacket. Oh, there's a couple things. What do we want to do? I think we're going to buy an extra suitcase. So we're going to get the American timetable, obviously. We're going to get the evening jacket, I think. Shaving kit. Damn, we got lots of luggage today, y'all. I think that's good, unless we want the perfume oils, too. Sell the caps? You think so? Sell the caps? Yeah, we'll sell the caps. Oh, schnook. I love that. It's like, let me get the fancy Russian hat. Do we want the fancy Russian hat? We're about to leave Russia. Do we want the fancy Russian hat? I'll leave the Russian hat. Ooh, new map. Hey, look, we got cities in the U.S., baby! Okay. We'll make a plan. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Okay. We will sleep overnight. Though at first glance the river seemed to nourish the port of Tsasune, its true wealth and industry found its source in the oil from Baku. I'm more interested in the theater. Vast riveted iron storage tanks were everywhere. What should we do? Learn about the tanks? The iron storage tanks? Or the theater? What should we do? Iron storage tanks or the theater? What are we thinking, guys? Tanks? Tanks. Okay. Vast riveted iron storage tanks were everywhere, powering combusted engines of automobiles and industrial machines alike. I wandered the city, marveling at the warehouses and the machine shops, all which bore the copper lily seal of the Artificers Guild. The guild runs on Russian oil. The shops are all wholesale. Oh? Are we're going to talk about the guild and Russian oil or wholesale? The shops. What are we thinking? Wholesale? I see wholesale. Wholesale shops. Okay, let's take a look. We're all wholesale, or selling heavy industrial goods, and so there was nothing for one such as I to purchase. I was sufficiently exhausted by the heady journey to be nothing but pleased at the chance to stay some hours in Saritsli. Cool. Let's embark on our journey. Let's get to the next part. From Saritsny to Arsov on the border of the Caspian Sea was a short distance, but the train managed to make a great deal of work out of it, huffing its way along the banks of the Volga. We should converse with people. I am at your service, Miss Fogg. Begin our conversation with Arskam. The mud, they say, has healing properties. Baku. Did you know some buyers will pay well for evening jackets in Baku? Herat. Have you heard that buyers are not available for patterns? Okay, that didn't do fucking diddly swat. I'm getting an itchy feet from our sluggish speed. I found a train guard to ask about our destination. Bartender about journeys from Arskran or State of Mr. Fogg. I think we should talk to the train guard or we should talk to the bartender. Because we need to find a way to leave Arskra. What do y'all think? What should we be doing, y'all? Bartender? I see the bartender. I see the bartender. Bartender? The guard. Ooh. We need one more person to put in their feelings on it. Bartender, guard. Bartender, guard. What are we working with, y'all? I need one more person to at least put their thoughts in. Bartender. Alrighty, we're talking to the bartender. The bartender about the journeys from Askra, and he shrugged. The hydrofoil to Huron is good fun, he declared. Though its crossing is so rough, you'll be prepared. We arrived in the mid-afternoon and went to explore this new town. Oh, perfect! We got a way out! Baku to Tehran. Alright, perfect. That's what we wanted, guys. Welcome to Arskran. The stopwatch could earn us well here. Market. So we have a fur coat, scented candle, tartan, neck cushion. What do we think? We want to sell something here? It goes for a good price here. We want to sell the stopwatch here? What are we thinking? We want to sell the stopwatch? Ooh. Sell the watch. Okay. Sold. So we shuffle our little baggie here. I think there's nothing else we'd want. Okay. And then we make a plan. We're going to take a plan. So it departs in 2 days. Let's see if we can discuss. We can get it tomorrow for 500. Ooh, okay, we'll do this one. We're moving, guys. Tomorrow, what time? 8 a.m. Result. All right, hotel. The city of Ariskan sits on the tiptoe of the Russian Bear, which the Volga River empties into the Caspian Sea. I found the people to be most friendly. I wanted to investigate the river. What are we doing? Investigate the river? I think you should have sold some other items because we might need it to tell time, or someone ask what time it is. Maybe someone important. Oh, we can see. I mean, maybe we might be able to pick up a stopwatch somewhere else, which is true. I want to investigate the river. Are we investigating the river? River? Okay. I see river. River. Okay, we'll investigate the river. I went to investigate the river, wondering what transport across the water might be found. But I took one step and sank down my knees in thick black mud water. I tried to jump back. I toppled on my back. We try to jump back or topple over on our backs? How does this... what do we do? What do we do? What are we doing? What are we doing? Try to jump out of it, or we fall? Or topple over onto our back? Watch me die day 12 in mud. Jump back, jump, jump. Okay. But of course, bending my knees to perform the jump merely stuck me further in. The mud makes an ominous sucking sound, the sound of a hungry monster slipping on its prey. There was nothing else for it. I lay down, waited, began to scream. What do we do? Lay down, we wait, we begin to scream. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do with a boy stuck in mud? What do we do with a boy stuck in mud? Oh no! I just died day 12 being stuck in the mud pit, bro. Foul. What do we do? Scream? Chop! We gonna scream. I think we gonna scream. Man to scream. Hoping one of the nearby fish could hear nothing. I felt the water rising now. Cold about my thighs. Do we keep shouting? Do we keep shouting? Do we keep shouting? Keep shouting? I have to save myself. Scream for your life, hon. I keep screaming. It's like, for mercy. A boat began to emerge from the haze in the water. I waved and shouted. Oh, I returned to Mr. Fogg looking half dead. His impression, I believe, flickered a moment, but he made no word. Not even then, in 1 second. Relationships with Fogg has deteriorated sharply. Your character is now sharp. Fuck you, Fogg! You couldn't save me! Don't you bullshit me! How dare you! Don't bullshit me, Fogg. Baku. We're going to Tehran. We're going to go to Baku. Hire the extra space. Here we go. Hydrofoil. Like, oh my god! The Hydrofoil across the Caspian Sea was a small affair run by one Alexander Sedlov, a keener and a more enthusiastic amateur sailor than I had ever encountered. This is your ship? Are you experienced? Please don't let me have gotten into a ship with a crazy mad guy who doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, gosh. Your ship? Is this your ship, good sir? Experience? Okay. I see a split. I see a split. I see a split. Do I need to do a head flip? Do I need to do heads and tails again? I'm gonna flip it. I'm gonna do heads and flips. Okay? Your ship is gonna be heads, and your experience is gonna be tails. Tails. Okay. Are you experienced? I asked as we boarded, stowed in luggage away. I used to be a clerk, but the lure of the waves took me by the throat and never let go. He demonstrated. He lunged for me as he spoke. He demonstrated or lunged at me? What did he do? Demonstrated or lunged at me? Demo. He demonstrated by absolutely mimicking a wonderful wave. He demonstrated. With one hand around my neck. Now, this is all I do. Never set foot on dry land. Sea legs are my only legs. I look at his legs. I looked at his eyes. I looked at him in his big, beautiful blue sea eyes. I looked at his legs. His somewhat sea legs. What do we do here? What are we doing, folks? Eyes or legs? A true question. Look him in the eyes and look him in the legs. The ship on the ship. The ship is on a ship. Eyes, because he wants your soul. All right, we gonna look him in the eyes. All right. As he spoke, and I saw then the flicker of madness. Then he threw the switch on the engine as we hurled across the water, literally hurled, as through standing aboard a spinning discus as it leaves the athlete's hand. Oh, we moving. We're gonna converse. Captain, said Love. Hold on tight now. Let's talk about Baku to Tehran. Speaking of boats, I understand Port Abu Prince is connected to Port Royal by boat. Port Royal? The British hang airship pirates in Port Royal. Port Royal to there. Did you have some buyers will pay for gaming jackets? Dominoes? Sounds wonderful. Let's speak about Port-au-Prince. There's no bank in Port-au-Prince. Let's go to Havana. No idea. But now, there are people in Havana developing ways to walk across the water. Caracas is connected by Caracas by air. Goodbye. Alright, new maps! So how do we get there? Oh, it's right here, right? Oh wait, where is it? Oh, there's lots of options in navigation routes. The hydrofoil's wild motion did not slow. Is it meant to rotate this way? I put my trust in Monsieur Sildov. Do we trust the madman, or do we check on the rotation? What do we do, folks? Do we trust the man with the wildness in his eyes? What do we do? Trust. He's the one that's driving. Okay. I put my trust in him. It's the suspension. Sildov finally admitted. I think it's a little loose. On the second day, the broken suspension was all I could think about. None of us enjoyed any sleep, and while Alexander kept sipping his spirits alive with vodka-laced coffee, myself and Mr. Fulgo were at our wits' end. I'm gonna say I tried to sleep. but obviously could not. After several hours, we came to the site of Baku, and we raised a ragged cheer, as though we had survived a shipwreck, put into land and all, but ran for our lives. Well, now, the journey is proving more tiring than I expected. Okay. So let's take a look around. Departs in 2 days. So let's rest for today. Let's go to market. Peppermint tablets, more dominoes, railway whistle, fur coat. Do we want anything from here? We could technically sell the Union Jack and it would get good money, but I don't want to. But I don't want to. So, what are we thinking? Yeah, I don't think we should have anything to sell her. I think we explore for today. Baku is a city founded on pawn oil. In the shadow of the Romana Tower, we watched a line of peasants operating a hand pump, extracting oil seemingly from the ground itself. They seemed poor, and yet held black gold in their hands. I half expected them to drink it. Talk about the fact they're poor, or expect them to drink it? Poor. Okay. I could not believe all these peasants had someone to sell their oil to. Indeed, there could be no local market at all. I asked a few passers-by why they queued. I went to fill a container myself. I'm gonna go with queued. The first patch of our land has been sold off, she answered gloomily. We are stockpiling before it becomes illegal to take from the oil well. As I walked away from the oil well, I felt curiously sticky, and later in the evening I found a dark, shimmering tear in the corner of my eye. An oil spreads everywhere in Baku. Okay. Let me take a look at the thing. In 2 days. Okay. Let's just sleep to get our stuff back, and we'll see how it goes. We took room and settled in. And I attended to Monsieur Fogg, cleaned... I'm going to attend Fogg. Shipper's Fogg has improved, because he was not doing too hot just then. Okay. Let's take a look today. Tomorrow. No, let's just do it tomorrow. We're going to sleep again. Last light of evening. 40 minutes every service. Yeah. We got to get back up higher. Sorry, guys. I'm taking executive command. Let me do this one. To Tehran. So, do we want to go to Tehran, or do we want to go to the other place? I think Tehran's probably the best option, because I don't see any path out of Krasnodar. Or Krasnodar. So, I'm going to go Tehran. Hire the extra space. Yes, I know. Getting back into the hydrofoil was one of the hardest things I've done in this journey. Every bone in my body demanded relief. I saved up for some adjustments, Syllabus admitted. They're not cheap. I offered to attempt them there and then. The only adjustment I can imagine was a hole in the hull. I offered to pay for them. Should we offer to pay for them? I can find out. Maybe it is possible to sell the timetables of the things we don't need. But they do mark on the map where we can go. Should we offer to pay for the repairs? Hey, welcome, Christian. It's been a while, buddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What do you guys think? offer to attempt them there and then, adjust the hole, or offer to pay for them. I doubt we have the funds to pay for repairs in our own trip. Long time no see? Yeah, it's been a hot minute. I haven't seen you in a hot minute, buddy. I hope you're doing well. So, what do we want to put in? Offer to attempt there and then? We're doing good. We're chilling. For a while we were playing Danganronpa, so if you want to check that out, I'm going to make a playlist of all the Danganronpa games so you can keep in track of me playing Danganronpa. And I also plan to start playing Ultra Despair Girls soon. I think maybe we'll attempt to deal with the hole, apparently, that's in the hole. So I'm going to go with that. The only adjustment I could imagine was the hole in the hull, which I did not fancy administering while still on open water. Monsieur Fogg and I huddled down at the lowest part, of the boat, or against one of the edges of the boat. Lower in the boat, higher in the boat. Lower in the boat, edge of the boat. What are we doing? Lower the boat, edge of the boat. I personally don't like the idea of the edge. That's just me. I mean, for motion sickness purposes, absolutely. Weight-wise, I feel like lower in the boat is going to be better. I love everyone says edge. Okay. Edge, okay. One of the edges of boats. To be thrown like a shot. I huddled against one of the edges of the boat, only to be thrown about like a shot in a sling. I had the dubious honor of being the first to lose my lunch into the waters. But Monsieur Fogg was quick to follow suit. Damn! He made us throw up. Shit. Seemed to running low, Passepartout. Okay. Converse. What is your wish, Master? Passepartout. There you are. Let's give the boy a shave. Let's give him a shave. Shave and make it close. Check his health. I'm fine and good form. Make haste. No shirts. Thank you for making me comfortable. Awesome. Let's go! After 6 hours of torture aboard the dreaded hydrofoil, there followed 5 more. By the end, in which there were parts of my body that had seen no blood flow at all. Finally, Captain Sodlov sighted land. "Taran!" he declared. "Do not worry, my friends. We will find a more comfortable place to be." "I'm glad to hear it," I answered. Not convinced he understood English at all, I spoke to him like a parrot. He disembarked and held out his hand for the tip. Damn his eyes. I gave him 10 pounds. Shall we give him 10 pounds? I will be honest. I hit him. I pretend not to understand him. Should we put damn his eyes? I'm gonna just give that man 10 pounds. I'm gonna just give this man 10 pounds. Owner satisfied, staggered away into town. Smoke fog has slightly improved. We are in Tehran! Sorry, possessions for extra few pounds here. Okay. Herat, Kabul, Kiyat. Oh, very nice, nice. Okay. We will go to the hotel and we will sleep. Tehran was a city of invention and artifice wrapped around ancient grandeur. Bayandor airships floated above the minarets of the mosques and the church spires, glowing golden in the gaslight. I longed to hear of the Rubaiyats in the manner of Edward Fitzgerald. I sought out engineers. So, are we looking for engineers, or are we hearing about the Rubaiyats? Welcome to Tehran. We're gonna do this. How we folding, guys? How we holding? Engineers. Okay, I saw engineers. Sought out engineers and found them in cafes, drinking heavily sweetened coffee and erasing their inventions across tabletops. As back to metal forgers, I sat with shard engravers. Ooh, shard engravers? Shard engravers or metal forgers? What do we think? Shard engravers, metal forgers. This is cool. This sounds cool, guys. Goodness me. I'm sorry, y'all. Just a little tired. It's been a long day. Shards. Okay. Sat with the shard engravers. I sat with the shard engravers as they took turns to scratch minute symbols onto pieces of colored glass. Oh, I'm guessing that's a device. It's a device? They smiled, and one lifted a shard, turning it this way and that in the gaslight. It's an automaton's brain, or will be once it's complete. Yo, that's so cool! Welcome, Crazy Anime Gamer. Welcome to chat. We are happy to have you, even if it's a little late. We're happy to have you, boy. We're happy to have you, brother. So it's a brain of an automaton. Okay. Impossibly complex or crafted by hand? What's the answer we should give, guys? What should we give? Fascinating. I am deeply fascinated. Brains. By hand? Okay. How else would it be done? A woman laughed in reply. This is a true skill, a young bearded man agreed, his eyes right behind his jeweler's lobe. The artificers only allow those with the steadiest hands to become engravers. You are all artificers here? Oh, that's so cool! Dude! That slaps. Okay, is it fine work or are they all artificers? Y'all pick the answer. Because to me, this is just super cool. Like, I'm hyped. Fine work? Or that they're all artificers. That's so cool. Dude, what a sick job, dude. Art? Okay. I mean, that's one hell of a job. That's like, you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me back in like around, I think it's around World War II, when there were the girls who used to paint the faces on watches. That's what that reminds me of. The girls that get trained to paint the faces on watches. There's a whole story behind that. If you like really weird and crazy history, there's a whole story behind that, but they're the radium girls. But that's what it reminds me of, that you have to have super steady hands. Sorry guys, I'm grabbing our beverage of tonight, which happens to be a bit of extra soda, so I can stay awake. I've done a long shift recently, so I'm a little tired. But we're making it work. So, what do you guys think? It's fine or artificer? What do we think, guys? I will just lurk, as I am certain I'm too dumb to contribute to whatever's going on here. So, just to explain one more time for people that are new to the chat, because I see a lot of people going in and out. We are currently playing a game called 80 Days. It covers almost similar to Julius Verne's version of Around the World in 80 Days. Every choice you make affects the story of where you can get locations to other items and bonuses. So you just pick the option that you think is best and what you would choose. You are helping me pick how to continue the story. So I see artificers. So you're all artificers, I asked with interest? We are, but it's hardly enough to qualify us to make an automaton. A middle-aged fellow by the name of Rafik remarked. But what exactly... But that is exactly what the guild certifies. Then what are the qualifications you need? So, guild or qualifications? Ask about what it certifies and the qualifications. I have bad luck with decisions, just say it. It's okay, I appreciate anybody's assistance. Anybody even putting a little bit in is nice enough for me. Qualifications. Anyone seen the movie Around the World in 80 Days with Jackie Chan? Yes, I have. It's a good movie. It's really good. Qualifications. What qualifications do you need? I lean forward. In other cultures, Rikif continued derisively. A copper lily may be enough for an artificer to complete their education, but we all apprentice to other guilds and craftsmen. To truly make automaton, you must be jewelers, architects, shipwrights, cobblers, dancers, doctors, and dancers. But then you must learn endlessly. What does dancing have to do with artificing? Must you also learn the skills of the valet? What should I pick? Learn endlessly? I feel like learning endlessly is probably the best answer. Which I actually love the concept of that. Learning endlessly. Hey, I'm recovering from being super duper sick, guys. I'm trying my best. Your girl was so not okay. I felt like I was fighting the plague. I thought I may have to just get better to die. It was not great. Rafiki smiled. It is not that human culture, is it? Is it not that Tehran is? Endless learning, pouring into buildings and gardens and inventions. I said, are you sure you are not a poet? I think I will look at automata differently now. You should never want to stop learning new things. I 100% agree with this. It's very important. Learning new things and wanting to learn things are super important. I say it all the time. That I work hard and I take classes outside of school and everything because it's so important. I'm half dead and that's not a joke. I feel that. Like, it's exhausting. I'm glad everyone gets to take some time away to, like, chill out, though. This is nice. Is he a poet, or will we think of automata differently? What do you guys think? My dad, who's 62, says he's still learning new things. That's awesome. It's important. Are you sure you are not a poet? Poet. Okay. I am a dancer, too, Rafik winked. And we clinked our coffee glasses together. Someone further called out, to the Shahan Shaha. And we all raised our glasses, and some wagged again. Wag added, may he live forever, under the watchful eye of the Prime Minister. And everyone laughed. With an abiding memory of Tehran, a room full of men and women in hazy light, a place where people could be both right and humane. What should we put? Men and women in hazy light, or a place where people could be both right and humane? What should we pick? Right and humane. Humane, okay. All at the same time. A rare thing in this world of ours. It is a city, I'm sure, that will stand forever. Okay. Let's make a plan. Okay. It departs tomorrow. Okay. We'll explore since it departs. I think we went to the thing. Oh, no, we didn't. No, we did not. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a market. Ooh. Amethyst. Rail cap. Hand woven carpet. Dang. That'll be... That's big old expansive. Maybe we should buy the carpet to take to Cabal? Sell the boots, get the timetable. Okay. We sell the boots. We get the timetable. Should we get that hand-woven carpet? I mean, we plan to go to Cabal. If we go to Cabal, that's gonna be like 7,300. That's like big money, big money. Ooh, and we can sell the wine. The wine will be worth something in Copenhagen. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get that carpet. Oh, new routes discovered. Very nice. Very nice. Ooh. Let's go to the bank. Let's get some money out. I think I'm going to talk to the manager. You wish to withdraw funds? Hold on. Actually, I need to check when that one thing we're doing leaves. Hold on. Dehirat. It leaves tomorrow, but at what time? Okay. I must make a plan. I'm sorry. At 4 p.m. Oh, you know what? The banks will be open. Let's get some money. Let's get some money. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Yes, we are supposed to go around the world in 80 days. I'm out for now. Go for have tomorrow off and Saturday. Try to get some work done. Have a good night. Rest well. Is this the type of game everyone wanted to play when COVID severely restricted travel? I'm guessing so. Munchies on secret cakes while drinking LaCroix. I'm happy. Blood work came back clean. I got one every year because of a deadly car wreck I was in 12 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you're doing okay. That's really good. I like hearing when people are doing okay. That makes me much happier. I get very worried about people. I know how scary conditions like stuff like that can be. Yep. The manager. Oh, shoot. Let me check something. How much is it gonna cost? I think there's... Yeah, we can go. We'll head there. Rule, if you're happy, I'm happy, applies in this chat. Eric Grayworth, happy it came back clean. I have to get blood work done 3 or 4 times a year due to many health issues. I'm happy to see everybody in the chat being so nice. Greetings, madam to me. You have a strange name. Go on. connection trains have been told can travel across the Pacific line to Gastown to Winnipeg. Lahore. And Piton. Cabal! That's what I like to see! That's what I like to see! We like to get the rest of the locations. Let's go! Travel and travels and travels. One of the Armenian porters nudged his Pashtun friend and muttered something uncomplimentary as he watched me struggle to load our things into the Lashkar. I focused upon my task. Discourteous fashion. You look very strange for a servant, said the Armenian fellow, whose name turned out to be Apajit. I took the man in eye level, yeah. Well, I am a strange sort of servant. I am a strange sort of servant. I admit to thinking in unconventional services I have performed for my masters since departing London. They only laughed pityingly. In response, Monsieur Atamont tucked a purple lamb's wool pashmut around my neck. Perhaps this will help, he said ratherly. I stroked the soft fabric. I returned to my compartment. Monsieur Fogg made no comment, distracted by the whistles and shouting that departs from Tiran. Okay. Conversations! Okay. This more was a good person called Lumber. I walked to the gentle rumble of the train. I dressed quickly and decided to wind my scarf around my neck. The color suited my complexion very well. Look at me and risen out. Very vibrant, he remarked. It was a gift. You do have a great facility for making friends. It's a compliment to me. I could scarcely credit it. So do you, monsieur? Added. Another pie. Before he walked away and fixed his attention upon the passing scenery, sentiment strengthened slightly. Let's go! I like that everyone in my chat is being so nice and making friends. It's so nice. Some of our possessions are quite valuable here. Ooh. Value Cabal. Army. Huh. We can get the stopwatch again. I think I'm gonna get the stopwatch again. I know it's more equipment. I know. There is a bank. Oh, it opens on Friday. Oh, we gotta wait. We do gotta go to football. Oh, we gotta put a couple days behind us, ladies and gentlemen. If you traveled anywhere in the world and were able to understand the native language, where would you go? I'd go to Japan. Oh, that would be cool. It's dominating the skyline. I would say if it was me personally, Japan would be super cool, or I would love to go... I think maybe Santorini, like Greece, or go somewhere like that. Maybe Athens. That would be somewhere I'd love to go. I'm a big history girl, so I love Greek mythology and stuff. And just going to see a bunch of cool mythological places would be sick. It dominated the skyline, a symbol of Duran authority in the city that had once been the capital of the Persian Empire. As night fell, I quite surely I saw a rocket fire from the walls and up into the sky. And what it meant, I did not know. We explore. I had good fortune to encounter the toy maker Ferrat, one of the most famous artificers in the modern world. I looked at the man himself. An unassuming gentleman in his 70s, tall and spare. His arms were spotted with burn scars and his fingers calloused, but his dark eyes were labored with intelligence. Greetings, toy maker. Welcome. I think you are new to Herat. Indeed, I am on a journey around the world. What for, eh? What for? To win a wager. I once traveled the world, he said softly, but now I cannot leave the borders of Persia, or I will be arrested. By whom? The Artificers Guild. His voice turned bitter, and he smiled at my once. I once broke faith with them, he said. I made destructive weapons of war to defend my Dorian masters against the British armies invading the Kush. And now, you see, I make toys. His manner was so open and direct that I watched his eyes and saw deep regret. For ills that had never been undone. We are all pawns and the players of the big game, he remarked. We can win, but only if we remove ourselves from the board. And so you have given up artificing? Of course not. I could not. He settled his hands on his work belt. But I swore my hands would only make innocent creations. And so you see now, a toy maker. And that is enough for you. Ashish Allah. That is how I will be remembered, he said. Though his face turned slightly and said, if I am remembered at all. I saw a rocket fired from the Citadel last night. Suddenly, some people believe that the next war will be fought in the air. Airships lining up nicely in broadside one another. Ridiculous, of course. No one has flown an airship thinks that. Wars are about advantage and maneuverability. So what was that rocket? A mere firework, nothing more. He said too quickly, and he smiled again, and I saw his propriety pride shivered through the thought of destruction his firework might be capable of. The toy maker is merely another lie, I said, shaking my head. He raised his hand. A strange sort of sadness in his eyes. I have always been the toy maker, young man. Perhaps you, when you grow older, you will understand. We are none of us merely one thing. I asked him for assistance on our journey. He laughed and said, how could I help? You are an artificer. You must know the secrets. Anything you know might help us. I know many things, young man. It would take a lifetime to tell you a fraction of them. He laughed painfully. Perhaps you should head to Delhi. Sharak lives there. They say that she built herself a new airship, even faster than the ones she made for the Raj. There's a sting in his voice at the mention of her name. You resent her for something? Ayamalana Shah Varka aided her masters and celebrated. I aided mine, and now my tale is told as warning to young artificers. It is a morality tale, and she is the hero. She built airships and you built weapons? Do you think the Raj does not load cannons and bombs onto her automatics? The toy master laughed wildly. Such a naive fellow you are. I took my leave from the toy maker. I wondered if I had been too harsh. Towards an old man full of regrets. Do all men deserve contentment? Perhaps. Perhaps I do not know. Interesting. Okay. We're gonna take a look at where we can go. I think we'll need to stay again. Or maybe sell something. Maybe I sell the wine just to get us enough there. I think I'll sell the wine so we can get there. Okay, that's what I wanted. Pass by the night here. help the kitchen staff. So we earn more money. Cool, 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 cool. Awesome. New routes discovered. Sick. The bank opens at 11. It's been 2 hours in the bank. We entered. Let's take out funds. We were told 2 days. Let's do. So by tomorrow, collect funds. Run errands. Awesome. We move forward the time. Get to the bank. That's what I'm talking about. We get the money and we go! No charge in 2 days. Pass the night here. Help the kitchen staff. Funds. Keep the funds going up. The kitchen staff. Yes. We embark. And we go. And we go. We aboard the Crematage at Herat, and having taken a different and longer route since arriving at Herat. Greeting, Monsieur Abidjan. Ah, the unfortunate passepartout. Good day. Delhi. You mentioned carriages. I've been told that Rio de Janeiro can reach from Quezon to hire carriage, but the journey is a tiring one. Delhi to Lahore. You have asked my secretary for some bios who will stay for watches in Lahore. No, anyway, would you like some advice on your dress? Yes. Do you have the confidence in yourself? That's what. Let's try Strobes. Okay. I go to a wedding on Halloween this year. That's what's happening for me and Meech. We had our papers inspected by the Persian. Made of brass. RC script on my arm. You are well traveled. We are traveling around the world, I believe. Since your papers are in order, good luck with your travels. It's officially stamped. Wonderful. Okay. We sleep in the hotel, and then we get up in the morning, and then we do what we gotta do. As we explored the city, we were rather unceremoniously seized by a score of British infantry and marched along the walls of the Cabal, up the road and ridge to the fortress of Rashad. Monsieur Fogg protested to our treatment, and I joined my voice to his. Tones. I'm Mrs. Smythe, second assistant officer to the British mission here. I do not have the pleasure of your acquaintance. A fine office. Current state. That is beside the point, the messenger ship. I am Phileas Fogg. This is my valet passepartout. I am a subject of Her Majesty and passing through Cabal with no small urgency. Urgency? Pray expand a bit on its name is emergency. Ooh. Just tell me. Oh. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Market. Cool. We're selling this for a lot of money. That's what I'm talking about. Give us the money. Give us the money. Look at all that money we got. Yeah. This is what we're gonna want to do. Overnight. Then explored. I found a remarkably energetic British soldier who had lost a purse, which I helped to find, and who then, without outbursts of sudden mention, picked up jars of turmeric and madras that would sell for fortune cannon. I asked him how he knew. Really merely wait. Move away. Oh, son of a... Oh, look! This is so cute! We're on like a traveling, like, planquin. Like a big one. We hired a mechanical planquin for the journey and clambered across. Sleeping in my dirty clothes basket. Oh! Oh. Crazy. You're a candy corn fan? Why? Nothing the matter. Lahore. Have you discovered anything in the Times concerning Lahore? Lahore is known as Mughal City of Gardens. What about you learned about Delhi? For instance, buyers in Hong Kong will pay fantastic amounts for astroblades from Delhi. Benares? My uncle worked in Benares back when the West Express Walter suffered fire. Very good. The Great Trunk Road, stretching across the Afghanistan to Bengal, was an ancient trade route. The Mahrattas had once used it to travel the ancient Greeks, and now it was crowded. The British Empire had repaved and restored it. For their own purposes, mechanical planquins laden with traveling goods jostled along the troop transports, and Treveckic steam carriages imported from England all were brightly painted, each one bearing an individual's mark. I had no doubt the traders and drivers, and perhaps even their families, had mixed their own sweat with the paint. The day's journey passed quickly. A blur of color and sound. Your character is no sharp. As the sun dripped from the horizon, the planquins lit their fluorescent lights as I realized we had to reach the city of Lahore. I am a sucker for sour candies. I currently have sour punch like straw, like the small ones, the little bite-sized ones. I currently have a bag of them with me right now. Tomorrow before 7 p.m. Okay. Awesome, awesome. We sleep in Lahore overnight. Through a series of circumstances too tedious to describe, I found myself lost in Lahore and rescued by a man who bore the name Azad, and who, to my luck, spoke English like a native. Most here speak Punjabi, he told me, although the British have decreed the official language to be Urdu. Do you speak Punjabi too? I asked. Truly, you are very learned. Most people here speak more than one language, but some languages, some are more political than others. I thought, and when he said, better speak all the same. Aheadly. Then we would all understand each other. There are some who think as you do, shrugged. A language is not only a tool for conversation, but also learning, history, culture. It is culture itself. When the culture changes also, he sighed. I was once an idealist, but no longer. Why not? I wrote a poem, he said to me bleakly, and it ruined my life. Is that so? He had come from a family of intellectuals in Delhi. His father publicly supported the Emperor Brihad Shah against British rule during the Indian Mutiny. Monsieur Azad wrote a particularly scathing quatrain in the Delhi Urad Akbar. The mutiny failed. The British troops had entered their home, executed Azad's father, and exiled Azad. So when I came to Lahore, now I work for the British at the post office, he concluded gently. My father would be ashamed. But you are alive. Yes, I am, he still illustrated. But it is not such a bad life. I have found causes to fight for, other than Indian independence. Then your father would be proud. You think so? Monsieur Azad looked wistfully. Thank you for saying as much. In any case, it is the kind thing to do. He reached the main road and found my bearings. Do not go to Delhi, he begged, seizing my hand. It swallows kind men like you. Where would I go? I'm a traveler. Delhi is a well-connected city. You should continue through Burganas rather than the capital. It is only a day's journey from here by Atomic. Take my leave from Monsieur Azad from Lahore, and I made the strangest urge to speak French for days after. Much to Mr. Folk's jargon. Oh, so don't go to Delhi. Maybe we'll do that instead if it's going to be such a problem. I'll take that man's advice. Yeah, we'll take that man's advice. Hold on. Yeah, we'll take that man's advice. We're gonna go! Falguni's airship. We took a sleek, steel-clad Savakra Atomic from Lahore to Benares. Captain Falguni was a logistical woman and took pains to make us welcome. As she knew Monsieur Azad, he had gave me directions in Lahore. How is my good friend? Still a dreamer, I told her, though he will most likely deny it. I am glad to hear you say it, he slapped on my back. Perhaps he will write a poem again someday. I judged her age to similar to Monsieur Azad. Are you also a poet? Captain Falguni grinned and tucked her bright yellow scarf more securely around her neck. Do you know the ancient Bengali poet Chandidas? I do not. Thy youth is but a noon of night, take heed, a noon that is a fragment of day, and the swift eve of all sweet things bears away. All sweet things, and all bitter rose and weed, for others bliss who lives, he lives indeed. She gave me a challenged look after her quotation. It is better in Bengali, she said with a sigh, but perhaps my translation will serve. Conversation. Falguni. Nothing against you personally, Prosperto, but I rarely speak to servants. Calcutta. Yes. That's exactly what we want. We're getting there, ladies and gents. We tether a Benares a few hours later, sprawled on the banks of the Ganges, which curved a glittering trail over the horizon. I got a stash of like 10 to 15 sour candies. Afghanistan, flashback set in accompanied by machine guns in the background. Oh no! My heart! Benares. a little bit. The Hindus believe that if you die in the sacred city of Benares to achieve salvation, I am not, Monsieur Fogg observed, at all certain that holds true for non-Hindus, so I do not recommend testing the hypothesis, Passepartout. He gave me a pointed look, and I nodded in fervent agreement. I am utterly cured of any need for adventure, I assured him. For now on, I shall be the most level-headed, the most sensible, indeed, the most boring gentleman's gentleman a gentleman had ever wished to have. If the adventurer so much as glances in my direction, I shall give it the curt, direct, and no mistake. Monsieur Fogg looked for a moment as though some kind of spasm had come upon him. Do you need a handkerchief? I asked, offering him one solicitously. He took it from my grasp and pressed it against his face, though he did not sneeze. After a moment, he straightened up, his cold mask once again firm in place. Passepartout, he said calmly, you are the most singular valet I have ever encountered. Now do fetch me a cup of tea. I often wonder about that moment in Benares. Are English gentlemen so inscrutable, or have I chosen a particularly strange example of the breed? Improved slightly. I'm in roaring mouth. We must take haste. Let's check the thing. Okay, we already have a stopwatch. Oh, there's playing cards! We like that. Playing cards. Alright. Where do we want to go from here? Ooh, if we go to this one, we can swing up to Hong Kong. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that one's expensive. We'll make a plan. Let's go to Calcutta. Go to the hotel. And within a few hours of the evening, I wanted to stretch my legs. I lost the purse, which I helped find, and who then informed me that traders of the Padre Pass will pay over the odds for Buddha's teeth relics from Rendon. I asked him how he knew, so they winked me away. Embark! Mechanical elephant! I happened upon Chennai, the mechanical elephant, as she rather overshadowed the other vehicles and controversies in Benares. A blonde-haired, thin-mustached colonial officer by the name of Sir Francis was already waiting to board her. We will cut through the Jahar forest, the Mahout, before us. We shall be in Calcutta before you know it. Are you Will it not be quite isolated? Yes, the Mahout replied impatiently, which is why we make good time. Sir Francis stroked his mustache and leaned closer. I have heard stories of bandits in the forest, he said considerably. Still, perhaps they are native exaggerations. At least there will be 4 of us, I said. The Mahout isn't a bandit himself. There was nothing for it. All 3 of us, myself, Monsieur Fogg, and Sir Francis, mounted the orange carriage suspended in the cage of rotating nimbles, which comprised her belly. The cage keeps the carriage from pinching and rolling. Like a gyroscope that would perch in there. The Mahout scrambled upon the project's padded neck and set off straight line towards Calcutta. Well, we are cruising. Oh, watch this face. A group of priests. Oh. Behind the procession loomed a 4-armed mechanical collie with polished black skin, blue eyes, and protruding tongue the color of blood. The earth shook. With each of her pistons-driven steps, a string of bleached skulls around her waist rattled as she clutched a young woman whose head, neck, shoulders, and arms and toes were loaded down with jewelry and gems, and her eyes were thickly gold. Sir Francis looked troubled. I have heard rumors that Kali cult sacrifices virgins. Mahout shook his head. She is no virgin. This is the widow of the Raj. She looked very small and frail in the iron arm of the mechanical goddess, but she quickly lost in view. The Mahout began to Start Cheney's engine when Monsieur said, "Suppose we save that woman?" "How exactly?" I demanded with some excitement. "I see only one course." He projected that he had outlined on a bold one, and not particularly. Monsieur Fogg was to risk life, or at least liberty, and therefore success of his journey to rescue this woman. I was ready for anything. As for my master, I perceived a heart and a soul under his icy exterior for the first time. We decided to wait until the early hours of the morning and spirit the woman away from the camp where the mercenaries were asleep. Greetings, Sir Francis. Hong Kong. Singapore. England. Calcutta. Perfect. More routes. More routes. We crept in the Calabias of the slumber in a clearing beside the ruined temple. There were guards patrolling it at every corner of the camp. A steady rescue would be impossible. It was seized with an admittedly foolhardy notion. Ooh! Should we ride Chenier into the camp or disguise ourselves as a guard? That's a good question. We gotta save this lady. How do we do it, guys? Do we ride in on the mechanical elephant, or do we dress up as guards and sneak her out? I think maybe we disguise ourselves. How do we do this, guys? What do you think? Guard? Okay. Together, the Monsieur Fogg resources captured a guard, which he relieved himself against the tree. His clothes were loose fit, but servable enough to dim the morning light. I stole into the camp with soft, careful footsteps, could not help a shudder of fear. As I passed the mechanical collie, I found the young prisoner huddled in sleep and reached out to her shoulder to wake her up. I fairly brushed up to me when I felt my legs swept out from under me. I tried to turn, but was nothing like fast enough. Quick as a panther, the woman leapt to her feet and pressed the edge of a gleaming curved blade with lens to my neck, lip drawn with a grin, more ferociously than ladylike. "Good morning," she said, cultured English tones. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance." As soon as we came to the prisoners of a collie cult in the forest, the woman Adoya turned out to be the leader rather than the prisoner of this band of mercenaries, and they had risen up against the British against the death of Ahoud's husband, the Raj. Despite her fierce appearance, she left me my journal and pen. My documentary efforts seemed to amuse her. She laughed heartily over her recent entries until she came to this one, featuring herself. Her broad wrinkle. "You're not a collie cult, monsieur. Erase that." Then what are you?" You give me a sardonic look that encompassed me and my journal. "What exactly are you?" A traveler." "You are a tourist," she corrected darkly. "You have traveled in the middle of a battle and you do not know it." She left me with words, moved to interrogate Fogg, who attempted to sit very straight in his hemmed bonds. As night fell on the forest, I pondered the possibility of escape. A mercenary band. Damn! We were just trying to save this nice lady. I woke a strange sleep. Other than were sitting at the feet of the mechanical artist, sipping tea and conversing, just as much as might converse. I shared a look with one of the mercenaries. We gave each other the commemorating look of these services to capricious masters, a botan which overrode our positions as captor and captee. They laughed and placed a delicate hand on my master's elbow. Mon Dieu! She was flirting! This was useful. I resolved to use her distraction to find a way out rather than enforce her situation. I enlisted the aid of Sir Francis, who was tied nearby. He was an old Indian hand, after all, and had been in military service. We had a plan to sham stomach pains and attempts to overpower the guards when they approached. Suffice to say, the only result was a sharp thud with the butt of one of the mercenaries' pistols. I slept uneasily, completely dressed even more. I couldn't wish for a more superior body. I awoke. Monsieur Fogg was nowhere to be found. One of the mercenaries took me to the nearby stream to wash, and when I returned, was standing in the middle of the camp. Monsieur Fogg was a few paces behind, looking slightly disheveled. With expert eye, his cravat was ever so slightly crooked. Come on, dude. Oh my God, they did the thing! Mr. Fogg has explained your circumstances to me, she said, giving me a nod. I find your wager quite most amusing. He will convey you to Calcutta. I glanced at my master, whose cheeks were perhaps ever so slightly stained red. A telltale sign. Though I had never seen so indelicate as to suggest anything outwards had occurred between an English gentleman and a Rani turned outlaw. The five of us, my master, Sir Francis, the Manut, Maduha, and myself, mounted the mechanical collie, who carried us with the looping grace of the outskirts of Calcutta. I dare not approach the city. Your monarch has a bounty on my head. Aduha said as a farewell. I hope you write my story well, Passepartout, she added, before bestowing a wink upon Monsieur Fogg. Good luck. And to you too. I called with a band of freedom fighters were arrayed against the force where my master held dearest, the crown, the empire, and law. We walked a mile or so and finally arrived at our destination, the prosperous city of Calcutta. Calcutta was an industrial city that had been built upon opium, textiles, and indigo, but that was to say it was not uncultured. Chai shops I passed by, poetry, literature, the psychic subject of Indian independence. Seems their natural occurring offense. And as I said, it was much a loud shout of several pro-British voices, who turned or shouting down at the fervent favor of self-rule. It was certainly a thorny issue. I wondered if we would be able to avoid all consequences here. Do you think there will be trouble soon? I asked. Several voices agreed, but then several disagreed. It seemed there was no clear answer to be had here. The only time to tell. I returned quickly to Monsieur Fogg, who was sitting, staring into space at a faraway look. Perhaps he had not quite left him behind. Yep, we go about. We boarded the SS Thunder of the Apache shipping line on its ways to Hong Kong via Singapore, but the smokestacks barely had time to steam off their morning dew before we approached Chittagong and picked up more laborers. We made a full stop. We disembarked, made our way into town. Ooh. Actually, explore. China had been under British rule for over 100 years, and still felt the hospitality of the Bengals as they fetched our bags and served our tea, and smiled. Ignored a tactic that was almost universally adopted among the colonial administrators, traders, and officers in the city. It was an odd sensation to be hated so impersonally and so pretended calm indifference. More to the heat of their eyes and tampered down rage nestling in the corners of their mouths. More prosthetically, we had been instructed to visit the visa office. We're gonna go play them. Fighting with soldiers, easy. Turn around. Judging it safer to return. Fully complied. Focus on the spiral of smoke rising from the police armory. It seemed to be the center of the disturbance. To move faster. We were trapped. Oh, and the city would fear be ablaze. Relations with Frog strengthened slightly. Okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, because it's can cut off, there's only one way to go. Okay. That's dangerous. As much as I want the medical clinic and demonstrating the guard safest option. Yes. Gemini likes games. We all like games. What is everyone's opinion on the worst part about games? I think the worst part about games is when games are inconsistent. I don't like inconsistency. If we're gonna do one style of something, stick to the style, please. It drives me nuts. Nighttime in Chittagong was not quiet. As much as the sun set down, the streets echoed with the shouts and cries and stirring of revolution. We watched from our window. I fancied inside the distant flicker of flames, but Monsieur Fogg was prompted to his bed, declaring the British will keep control of the situation, I'm certain. Had he forgotten his afternoons of sorority? Could a gentleman's memory be so short? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go to this place. We want out of this city right fucking now. Monastic caravan. The British army had closed down the Chittagong ports and set up pickets here, preventing trekkers from leaving the city. Luckily for us, the colonial governor had made an exception for monks on the raid of the Burmese capital of Ibadan for the 5th Buddhist Siddhan. A sensible decision. Upon giving the uprising, interfering with the peaceful monks' religious practice would only inflame the unrest further, and perhaps even push tense British relations with the Kingdom of Burma into yet another war. Uncharacteristically, it was my master rather than I who was convinced that the monks gave us passage then. I confess myself surprised at the magnificence of their transport. A small fleet of carriage was drawn by gilded polygraphs and chinthays, which bleached steam from their jaws. I glanced at my master sitting in our seats. We will travel in style, I remarked. Dry laughter erupted. Her response was about to make us a Burmese monk of middle-aged country. The carriages are sent by the King of Burma. They do not belong to us, he explained. We began to jolt our way out of the city. We own no material goods. A generous king, I remarked, being rather suspicious of kings in general and king's generosity particularly. He is, the monk agreed affably, and then settled into meditative silence. And so, as much as the conversation, we left the burning town of Chittagong behind us. We're going to talk to Fogg really quick, because he's not okay. Master can pretend Sanskrit, and the sun began to move. I listened captivatingly to the sound. The Yambon looked at the Maydal. Very nice. We rest in a hotel. That's the first thing we do. There was thronged with Buddhist monks and believers who had flooded the city to attend the 5th Buddhist Synod. They meditated, conversed, and drank endless cups of tea in the many free travelers' shelters, zayats, and the royal capital. Looked for transportation. Tis in one of the zayats. Where do you head? North or south? Where to? Please, Ragoon, you showed. Where do you want to go? What? You noted. That's quite far. Indeed so. But I turned to leave and he smelled a cooking nuisance. I approached. I was removing the cooks. Said he was stirring a pot of glass noodles and chicken broth, flavored with lime leaves and coconut. How long have you been a cook? What makes you think I cook? She punctuated her question with a small jerk of her enormous metal ladle in her deft hands. It was likely more deadly than a broadsword. Aren't you? Let's have your sauce, young man. She put a hand on her hip and gave me a worthy glare of her schoolmistress. Little wonder she informed me quite tardily that she was indeed the headmistress of a local academy for young ladies who wished to better themselves. Better themselves? The wars with the Britons have left many young Burmese women fatherless and destitute. We teach them English, mathematics, and deportment. Perhaps it will be enough, she sighed heavily. Now, you are just going to stand there, or are you going to help me serve this meal? Of course, madam. We fed perhaps 50 monks and travelers over the next hour, and it was hard labor, but at the end of it, I felt a true spirit of camaraderie. The cook gave 2 bowls of flavorsome noodle broth as a reward. I took them home to my master. A nourishing meal was something we couldn't turn down on our travels. Oh. Let's explore a bit. Favorite candy is sour, chocolate, bitter, I love almost all candy. I'm a sucker for gummy candies. I walked the streets a while, discovering the possibilities of how we might make progress. I think... yeah, we'll sleep here. As night fell, I afforded my master... Oh, I am going to talk to the hotelier. Night I spent at the hotel. I learned I could hear from the quickest way. So yuck is the good cigarette. The most interesting something. Embark. So embark. We hired a Chintan driver to take us around. The woman drove in silence, perhaps determined to maintain a professional relationship. Clearly, she was never encountered a passenger quite like Mr. Fogg before. Mr. Fogg. A shade superb. We arrived without incident into Rangoon as the sun settled. Hotel. Rangoon. Ooh. Transformed into a bloodthirsty retirement to a statesman capable of recapturing Rangoon, crushing a rebellion by his British sympathizing half-brother, and winning the love of his people. His army of Lord Thomasons had also played a part. The Burmese chiefs had made of iron and breathed fire. They were adored at every Patagon, temple in sight, onions running at low boil. I had taken mere two steps in the veranda of our lodgings. A little shadow darkened in there. There was a grinding shriek and a hot breath. And I was seized in an iron claw. A claw! All my travels had not expected such treatment. The ground fell away in dizzy rush. Tom was not flying precisely, but rather leaping in a powerful bound. I dared to look at my captor. Whoa! I am Mansur Shah, and you are in my city, Jean Pespartout. You know my name? I demanded, my distaste for my Christian name overriding my fear. I know every creature that comes here. I am the protector of this city. And I know whys and hows every creature that passes through my city, but your purpose is a mystery. I am going around the world, I declared. But it's far less my usual gusto, aware that I was in the long drop which awaited me if I chose my words without care. The world is a dangerous place, Monsieur grinded his iron teeth in a horrible smile, and you Europeans only make it more so. Where you go. Do you intend to eat me? I demanded. You would not nourish me. I am no beast, nor am I a simple machine. I am Imperial advisor to King Pagan, and no simple collection of gears and levers. I could scarcely believe Michonne's philosophical discourse, but insisted. Who is your master? I am Imperial Advisor. I have no master but myself, and possibly Buddha. You are free? I am. More free than my oil-blooded, steam-driven, iron-bodied brethren, the automaton allowed. And so I am in the position to uplift them. Enjoy my city, Jean Passepartout. But when you leave, you will go to Bangsupas. But there is no route that way. There will be. It seized me at one paw once more, left under the street, heart pounding. By the time I had finished shaking, Mashun was gone. His last ambitious words echoed through my mind. I wondered how much of the kingdom of Burma's recent change of fortune could be ascribed to the picture of Rangoon. I wondered whether the people of Burma would one day proclaim themselves subjects to an automaton king. Hold on. So, Gemini, I just wanted to tell you that if it hurts to try to not speak with your accent, you really don't have to. I've heard it can hurt your throat, so try not to speak with an accent. Try not to speak with an accent you have. When you traveled 22 days in just 1 hour, when I got here, you were on day 16. The stream was 2 now 38, and hit the stream in 3 hours. Okay. Whew! We're moving! Possible. After 2 minutes of walking, the whole thing seemed utterly fanciful. Why is it doing that? I guess I don't have an option now. Next morning, we stepped on the street to find a gigantic bronze and steel bait waiting for us. This is the transport Mashun has hinted at. I gulped out of fear. But Monsieur Fogg was not even slightly concerned. He leapt aboard, consulting his pocket watch, and smiled as he lifted into the air. Converse. What is your wish, master? Playing cards. Seducing. Dominoes. Shaving kit. Very good. The fight was in fact glorious. We stepped across the mountains, deep ravines, tiny villages, and deep jungles, and in the wildest, deepest country I had yet seen, we soared above it, as though it was painting in its audience. Even Monsieur Fogg was enjoying himself, the speed that brought the touch of color to his otherwise meticulous pale cheeks. Passepartout, he claimed with true passion. However you had this arranged, I am most impressed. A mighty compliment indeed. I nodded my head. My pleasure, I called back. But the familiarity rather made my master get a shrink, I think. We landed in the Pansang Pass over the cover of darkness. The bird led us gently down and dropped our cases, and then we wheeled away dramatically into the sky. Excellent progress, Monsieur Fogg remarked. But I could not help but remember Monsieur's words. The price that would be paid. Huh. Let's see. There were no hotels in Pansing Pass. We were just there for the night at a local man's thatched roof dwelling. Explore. There was a mood of a grim celebration that arrived in Pangsu Pass. A man by the name of Captain Chandlers had captured Shura, a notorious Indian revolutionary responsible for one of the recent disturbances in Chittagong. Would you like to come with me to interrogate the man? Chambers said gently. I cannot trust the natives, guard my back. He smiled acidly in return. It is not my area of expertise. I must see to my own gentleman. Which way am I refusing? You must know the names of his fellow conspirators. I will do my duty to find them out. Even if you will not. What? I realized the shrinking heart that is Mizuno's task. I was supposed to rescue the helpless Indian rebel. I had my way towards the prison hut with a heavy heart. The prison hut was small, foul-smelling. Monsieur Fogg, standing at the door, raised an eyebrow. Perhaps you will listen to me, he suggested. Good idea. I cannot imagine the reaction inside of this. I peered inside. I wish I had not. Sure was slumped in the middle of the floor, arms and legs tied around a post. Chambers was going towards the door to open it. Excellent distraction, I thought. Mm-hmm. I have no idea. Our passports are good, he proclaimed. Captain, there is a fire! Leaving the hut door wide open, he ran inside. The missing Chamsh's bone were cut in the moment with a knife, still lying there to his feet. We were away, limping in the countryside. Simmons said, "Thank you, whoever you are." Yes, you will be saved, I promise. And thus we stayed. Watching frantically offers quenched the fire and failed. Believe all the while I think Shooter was still inside. Awesome. Let's go. Hi, welcome, darling audios. To Beijing! Caca! To Beijing, caca! The Garuda had stooped to collect us. Oh! Achievement unlocked! Saved from the noose! Okay. Garuda had stooped to collect us, seeming to know exactly where we were hiding amongst the trees. He snatched our luggage and then disappeared us into the pond of the sky, as many British soldiers could level their guns. I did not try to explain to Monsieur Fogg. It was clear from something simply did not register in the general's mind. I had to ask Garuda what would happen next. He took a few awful shuddered breaths and says, "I have friends in China," he replied. "But there is no love for the British." He smiled a toothless, bodiless grin. "I will cover that for the time." What of India?" I demanded. "She's not free." "I will return there once I am healed," he nodded. "I will not stop fighting, no matter what the price." I nodded. I left him to sleep, trying not to wince as I heard each rattling, coughing rattle of breath. Intake of breath. I converse. At your service, Monsieur Fogg. Beijing opera is quite marvel. Playing cards. Wool shirts. Very good. We crossed the Himalayas at a speed and height, and the snow-capped peaks were but a long stretch of foam sea. We grew cold on the back of that great creature, and Shurva whispered terribly, even as we swooped down and landed within the sight of the building sitting in Beijing. I tended Serna. We attempted warmly with him and gave his hands a grateful squeeze. It is not far. Empress Xi has no airships in the city limits. That includes Garuda. Like this fine fellow. Garuda in question began to hiss and rumble a bit. It spoke, with a grateful, conscious, musical tone of Musa. "Ah, Jean Passepartout," it said. "I knew you were more than you seemed." Oh. Ooh. Me sleep overnight. I like coffee, yes. There are no airships sailing across the Beijing sky, nor any evidence of electrification. The Chinese, even in richer areas. There are a few exceptions, and the rule might be expected. However, I did see a few devices, animated metal and jade dragons, perched on the gables of imperial buildings, breathing curls of steam vapor and flapping their enamel feather wings. Furthermore, I was lucky enough to catch the sight of a performance famed of Shu Xie Opera, a cast consistently entirely of hydraulic elegance, automata by any other name. I was told it was an ancient tradition, made over 1,000 years ago by Huang Gun, an engineer who made Shu Xie wine pourers and musicians, dancing girls, and acrobats for his emperor's court. True, perhaps so. But the opera itself, my friend, was a glorious spectacle. Though there were few props, the Shu Xie were extravagantly costumed, capable of acrobatics that could press the most athletic and flesh and blood actors. We were the guests of a Manchu court official, who clearly believed us to be spies or troublemakers of nature, despite my innocent expression. wearing rather false other than intentional escapades. As we departed the auditorium, I made a polite inquiry about the Dowager Empress Shishie, who was a figure of the near legend in the West. She's a modernizer. Emperor Tom was lucky to have her wisdom and counsel, he said, carefully avoiding any direct criticism of the Emperor, who was rumored to be a feckless sort. We thanked our host and made our way back to the lodgings. A pair of opium addicts were slumped in the alley near our hotel, faces blankly blissful, despite the emaciation of their limbs. I turned my face away, but could not burn the damn sight from my mind. It infected all my memories of the splendor of Beijing. Explore. I love good coffee. That sounds really good, Eric. Goodness me. I struck up a few conversations here and there, hunting for options for how we might proceed. Oh no, we don't want to go there. That's the bad place. Oh, sugar. Let's spend some time in Beijing and see if I can find a way. Before the night ended, I engaged another guest in conversation. What I could and gathered little of them to be interested in. Hong Kong's gotta be the best way. We boarded the Beijing Express for the next leg of the journey, through China to Hong Kong. Reverse. Greetings, madame. Good day, monsieur. Are you well? Hong Kong. Honolulu. And, sorry, to run. Ooh. From Beijing to Hong Kong was another 1,000 miles, but the train line took a clever route that avoided most of the large towns, entirely running without stopping by the shortest route possible. I passed the time talking with the passengers. For the information on our next journey, learning from a cheerful Siamese master, the traders ran inexpensive airships all along from Manila to Acapulco. Evening turned to night, and the train did not stop or slow. That's what I'm trying to figure out, man. So that's what we want. Look at how far that runs! Goodness me! Well, that's where we want to go, folks. The countryside fell away as it was replaced by busy, bustling work towns. Large industrial plants belching steam into the air, and mechanical contractions stalked between warehouses. Rail's mind lifted. Then dived underground, and finally we pulled to the halt of Hong Kong's main station. Oh, we're going to explore. Give us the route. Give us the route! That's not the route I wanted. Hold on. I looked over a bolt of navy Chinese silk when a man accosted me. This man had a mustache so fine, so luxuriant, so well tended that I briefly lost the power of speech. His beard game was so good I couldn't figure out how. I watched, memorized as it quivered with every word of introduction. It seemed his name was Fix. He offered me a drink, and given what I had a few dollars spare, I could not, in good conscience, refuse. He led me to a dingy basement with a sour-faced Chinese lady presiding over separate tables, and a few couches with men and women, mostly Europeans, in various states of rolling intoxication. You frequent such a place? I asked, intending to configure my image of Mr. Fix. The gin is good, he told me. Ordered us a bottle to prove his claim. It was thin and sharp, but wholly distasteful. We chatted Emily for a time, though I noted he kept my glass full, and not his own. Listen, he said abruptly. I'm a police detective, sent from the laboratories. You, a detective? I could not hold my incredulity, but he presented me with his commission, which seemed in all respects genuine and correct. You have been duped, he resumed. Mr. Fogg's wager is a pretext. Last September, a robbery of £55,000 was committed at the Bank of England by a person whose description answers exactly to that of Phileas Fogg. What? He's what? Did you say? That surely cannot be. You know scarcely anything of your master, Fix grounded on it. You went from his service the day he departed on his so-called wager, carrying a little but a large quantity of banknotes. He is an honest man, I asserted mechanically. Through the face of absolute certainty, I found myself assailing prickles of doubt. Hissed in his breath, I could rescue you as his accomplice. I have done nothing wrong, I protested. Then you must help me, he replied. He pressed a pipe into my hand, and unthinkingly lifted it to my mouth. My head began to swirl and spin. My finger shivered. As these barely jumps, opium-induced meanderings. This was an opium pipe. I was spinning abruptly. How dare you, sir? I dare because I must at all costs separate you and your master, as you call him. Then you will fail. Having delivered my dramatic promise, I stalked out of the opening and den. Without a glance back, the clear air cleared my senses a little. I returned for the shaky steps to Mr. Fogg. Despite the gin sloshing away in my body, I felt sober as a judge, and twice as grim. Wow! What an ass! He totally did that. That's so bad, dude. We're gonna chill at the hotel. I would love to see Monsieur Fogg at any length of time. I loathed to leave Monsieur Fogg at any length of time, having so narrowly escaped the clutches of the blackguard Fix. We explored the city from the comfort of a mechanical sedan, but my terrible experience dimmed the colors and tarnished the beauty of the streets. I found myself anxious to leave. We go to Japan. You know what? I think it's a bad idea to stay there any longer. The Jade Tiger was an old money-class Persian ship renovated with Chinese colors and fixings. It was painted all over with Manchu luck symbols. It was stylized with bats and coins. We climbed aboard, ready for the journey east. Converse. What happened? What's the year, Miss? My dear Passpozzo. Yokohama. Interested, connected to San Francisco by boat, but the fare was over £300,000. Journey. Francisco. Yeah, we'll make it to Americas and it'll be easy from there. Captain Shu wore a traditional Manchu bow in blue cotton, bone hairpins, and fan-shaped hair, and a jade thumb ring. I extended my hand I bowed low in courtly greeting. She looked at me quizzically, and then asked a series of questions in Cantonese. I thought so. In any case, it sounded similar to Mandarin, which I had picked up a little in the mainland. An English-speaking crew member was summoned. Her tool belt hung with a rope, bolt cutters, and climbing equipment. The captain said she expected you to speak Cantonese because you are in Hong Kong. I was only briefly in Hong Kong, I sighed. I didn't have much time to practice my languages. The crew member rattled her bolt cutters at me. The captain speaks Cantonese, Mandarin, 3 dialects of Manchu, Russian, and Arabic. Are any of these one of them? I speak a little Mandarin, I offered weakly, though only a very little. The captain, with all her delicacy, arranged her hair in grace, looked forward, exasperated, and stalked off in a huff. The crew member chuckled and swore her head. Song Xiu. Looks like we'll be looking after you and your captain this trip. Madam Song, I ventured. Song shuddered. Zhenyang is fine. Try not to mangle it too much, eh, Passepartout? Passports out? Her pronunciation was, of course, flawless. Merde or passporto. We're heading to Mr. Fogg. Hi, welcome, Little Foxy. We are currently playing the game 80 Days, trying to get around the world in 80 days. It's a version of Julius Verne's Around the World in 80 Days, and it's like a steampunky version, and there's individual interactions that happen in every single city, and so we're basically trying to get through the game to get back to London in 80 days. Monsieur Fogg took exception to the moth-eaten red silk drapings which adorned our cabin, and asked me to take them down for the duration of the voyage. Is that the color that distresses you? Does it matter? He said with perfect equanimity. Oh, my goodness me. If a man has the right to know as he does, I suppose it does not in the end. Oh, they are quite beautiful, if a little worn. I suppose it does not in the end, I replied. I don't need to consider the matter from my master's very logical perspective. Xiong Xiu looked terribly surprised when she came to fetch us for dinner and saw a bare-thinged room. My master is a plain fellow, I explained. How nice of him to have the luxury of taste, from her only remark, but it felt like a sting keenly. I struck them silently. Roaring health, we will make haste. Yes. The canasta. Very good. We dined in the captain's quarters, accompanied by Song Xiuan. A Siberian tiger skin rug sprawled across the floor, ground with the weight of many books. Ooh, books! I counted 6 composite, recurved bows hung on the wall, archery, and Russian novels, which were an unexpected combination. Song Xiuan leaned closer. The captain loves archery as much as she loves the jade tiger. How did she become a captain? Therein lies the tale, the crew member smiled with relish. The captain's father was too old and weak to join the army, and so Captain Xiu put on the clothes of a boy and rode out to take his place. How daring of her, I gasped. It was a grave risk, but she served for 12 years and gained so much honor that when she was discovered, the generals gifted her with an airship and forgave her deception. How marvelous! I looked at the captain with admiration in my eyes. She narrowed her gaze at me, and then at Xiong Xiong, who paled. Oh dear, she muttered. I think the captain's irritation that I'm telling tales. She is very modest. It befits a great hero, I said. Yes, it is. Xing Xiong mumbled and fell silent for the rest of the meal. So she lied, that's what it was. A stimulating dinner at the captain's table, all told. Might make another half pot of that coffee. Good. Pour me a cup of coffee, please. I like coffee. We're tethered at Yokohama in the earliest afternoon. My eyes passed lightly over the slope-roofed buildings, carriages, and bare cherry trees. I made a particular effort to thank Captain Xiu for her hospitality. In an attempt to convince her that not all foreigners were so boorish, she imagined, alas, I am not entirely certain I changed her mind. Ready, passport, my master called. Of course, monsieur, I replied eagerly. Followed him into the soil, onto Japanese soil. Okay, we made it to Japan. Okay, we gotta take a look at what we're doing. I think this is the best path to take, which will take us to the Americas, and then we will fling ourselves back there. This is probably the smartest option. $18 days. Negotiate. Okay. We'll be in Japan for a couple days. Explore. As well, the Monsieur Fogg could barely, including the nasally tongue of American merchants. I noticed a Japanese man watching the scene of what looked like an intense concentration and scribbling in a sketchbook. I leaned in for a look. He was drawing a stylized picture of the foreign quarters with quick pen strokes, which stopped abruptly as my shoulder fell over the drawing. He looked up, quite irritated. "Do you mind?" he said, his accent unholy mix of Dutch, French, and English. I'm making a drawing for a woodcut." He is a clearly temperamental sort, so I left him to his work with a polite smile. I do not think he likes foreigners from drawing. Okay. Ooh, katana. Ooh, the evening jacket. I don't think I'll sell anything just yet. I mean, we could do a thing. We could do a thing. First, okay, the bank opens on Monday. We'll pass the night here. We made ourselves comfortable for the night, and I staffed to clean the kitchens. Funds have gone up somewhat. Sorry, I gotta check on... You know what, we'll miss that one and we'll go a different day. We'll stay another day. It fell. We'll wait 2 days. Early evening jacket. Sullivan. Polished. Evening. I inquired into their mission. They had turned around the world and fallen foul of a heavy transportation bribes. My heart went out to them, of course. God damn it, why would we do that? Sorry guys, I know this gameplay part is not so much, but I know the best way to get there is probably going to be to wait it out a little. We need money, like ASAP. Come on. Mank. Wednesday. Okay. Night fell. Polish the hats. We're now on Wednesday. Fab. Run a couple errands. Things gone up. Move this forward to get to the bank. Let's get our funds. Fab. We make a plan. Tomorrow at noon. Okay. Fab. We love that. Embark. Oh. The Water Lily was a sleek iron-hulled ship to submarine prototype captained by the severe American by the name of Wicker, and crewed by a mix of American, Chinese, and Japanese who all spoke a kind of salty, curse-studded sailor's English. In addition to a usual complement, the Water Lily carried an entire corps of brass-goggled engineers and a brace of submariners on standby, should the captain call in order to submerge. The rumor was that she had been a Confederate vessel, I'm guessing, concerned in the later, more desperate stages of the Civil War. But I saw no trace of a dark past aboard. The crew seemed a happy family, and welcomed us to join their iron-helmed bosom. Converse. Greetings, Captain. Let me just go to Albuquerque. Dallas. Okay, cards. Okay. Las Vegas. Okay. Goodbye. Yeah, let's get some more. Who takes their coffee with cream and sugar or just sugar? I do like a cream and sugar kind of mix. That's just me for the coffee preference. Our captain, while hardly suspicious, was adequate to our needs. One of the midshipmen came by to show us how to use the pressure seals in case of submersion. But in the other aspect, I looked forward to a peaceful steamship ocean crossing. I was not to be so lucky. Oh, did I buy the right stuff for this? Hold on now. The salty air blew sharp and cold against my face as I opened the door from the top deck, and it was painfully early. The only passengers awake were a group of Chinese laborers hunched miserably over the stern. One of their numbers was vomiting copiously into a bucket. I offered him my own secret remedy, which I brewed up just for the occasion. He settled down with a certain dubious depression and immediately improved in both complexion and temperament. He thanked me most profusely. I said, using one of my few Mandarin expressions I had picked up in my travels. They laughed uproariously at my pronunciation, but seemed altogether pleased by my attempt to render thanks in their tongue. Day 60, Monsieur Fogg murmured in the night of his sleep, and we are not even halfway. Conversation. I accompanied Monsieur Fogg to play a game of wits with a family of American missionaries who had been traveling back to San Francisco for a family wedding. My master began strongly, but Mademoiselle Loretta, the eldest girl, had a sharp eye and won several hands in a row. And a new round was dealt. I noticed Monsieur Loretta smile triumphantly at my master with another winning hand. The master's daughter accepted Fiox's congratulations demurely, though I saw a flash of something altogether unsporting in her eyes as she lowered her lashes. It left a sour taste. I resolved to steer my master away from any further games for the missionary family. Dang. I spent the day in the company of the Waterlilies submariners. They were all hardy men and women who preferred the dim, enclosed spaces of the hold to the top deck. Too much sky, one of them said, squinting suspiciously. Her crew nodded. All that fresh air, they shouted collectively, and suggested bracing a race to the boiler room. I impressed them with my physical prowess, coming in respectively fourth, just behind their commander. She was half Japanese and half American, by the name of Davis. "Azumi to my friends," she said, clapping me heavily on the shoulder. "Now, a rematch of your choice." "Very well," I declared and promptly suggested a test of acrobatic skill. Though the submariners were fit as horses, they could never attempt to, for instance, form a period or walk in the length of a corridor in their hands. They completed... I hustled them. They completed with me gamely, but admitted themselves outclassed. Commander just even applauded. Azumi nodded as I took my leave. "You're not so bad." Phileas Fogg now in debt, says Bank. Jesus. I was climbing the rigging. As I says, of course, and not at all for the purpose of spying on the crew to appease my own rapturous curiosity, when I heard two of the crewmen arguing on a pigeon mix of British and Japanese. I closed my eyes and listened. The voices. Only a few words were audible in the house. Shrine, heathen, worship. Before a sudden scream rent the air, one of the shoulders fallen from the platform's edge. I was unable to look away. As he fell, his body lay down, crumpled on the deck, but I heard his scream in my head for days after. I looked up and managed to catch a sight of a fallen soul in proportions, his face still and platted, but that guilt in his eyes or mere shock. He slipped away from the captain and arrived, and I followed him. We retired to the crew's quarters, and I began to hear the sound of desperate murmured prayers. Oh, shit. Close shaves, apart. The Waterloo's crew held a funeral for the dead sailor. I was not specifically invited, but a sense of responsibility, having witnessed the man's fatal plunge. Captain Ricker led the Christian service with a customary grimace. I was surprised by the absence of the sailor's companion, who had argued with him just before he fell. But I saw, yet he was not the only one missing from the funeral. Oddly, only half of the crew had come to pay their respects. I went to search for the rest. I went in search of the rest, only to find them making an offering in some sort of makeshift shrine in the crew's quarters. The fellow from the night before was amongst them. The captor doesn't want us at his Christian ceremonies. He thinks nothing about our religion. One of the soldiers told me bitterly. He makes our offerings here instead. Oh, okay. Storm. Too exhausting to write a proper entry. Suffice to say, we are still afloat. That night, I remembered adjusting the pocket watch so we crossed the international lane and gained a day ourselves. Be careful. Yesterday's storm hit us with a little warning. One moment I was preparing shaved water. The right temperature. The next we were being tossed from one end of the cabin to the other. We were only lucky that the bed was securely nailed to the floor. The rain clattered against our iron hull, nearly drowning out the shouts of the crew. The storm lasted nearly 6 hours and blew us off course. The captain spent most of the day peering at his charts, trying to locate our position. There was no land ahead upon the horizon. Oh, shit. Oh. The captain announced a change of destination. The Water Lily would now make for nearby Hawaii rather than San Francisco, and we would make port in Honolulu in 5 days, and would find our way to our further convenience from there. Monsieur Fogg's lips pressed ever so slightly together, a rare outward sign of extremely understandable annoyance. But my master said, will not do. Indeed not, sir. I agreed, not even daring to calculate the delay and expense our unexpected diversion could cause. Monsieur Fogg gave me a cold, apprehensive glance. Captain Wicker has reneged on his word as a gentleman, he said curtly, lowering his voice like Prince Charles. Our course is clear. We must mutiny. To argue to the point it was continued on without much fuss. See to it, Passepartout. Use your natural charm. I just quite, he said. The agreeableness of the gentleman who just given his valet a near Herculean task. We must mutiny within 5 days. When we reach Honolulu, make your preparations as you see fit. Bro, we're about to start a mutiny on this damn boat? Are you serious? Experimental hovercraft to launch from Yokohama soon? Oh my god. Do not tell me it goes all the way across the sea. I will actually lose my shit. I get so mad. Oh my god. My task was clear. It was foment immunity aboard the Water Lily. I decided to begin exploiting the cues and animosity towards one another. Divide and conquer. Or so dear Mana once consoled. I considered inflaming their religious passions. By the nature unpredictable. So I decided to... Ooh. Oh, this is about to be bad. Spread rumors. Just spread rumors. I don't want to desecrate nothing. Oh, this could end so bad, dude. Captain Whittaker risks all our lives. Next, I attempted to integrate myself with Commander Davis and the submariners, who rather storm-tossed and disgruntled. There's no storm under the water, the commander muttered, her hair tangled out of cap. We should have submerged, I agreed. Captain Whitaker risked all of our lives. I think perhaps he does not trust your ability as submariners. Perhaps so. I've heard him say as much. I hoped. Is that so? Why would he say such a thing to you? I shrugged and hurried away. Hopefully I had not blown my opportunity to win their favor. Converse. Chris Rubin. Sorry, y'all. I had attempted to suborn the obvious hardness aboard the Water Lily, but wars were often won by the unexpected. But that, in my mind, I turned my attention upon the ship's artificer. A tall, rather imposing woman in a short jacket embroidered with the guild's copper lily. Artifice is notorious neutral in the matters of conflict and civil dispute. But I threw myself upon her mercy. Upon to find there was precious little of that to be had, the artificer seemed to not only be notoriously neutral, but also notoriously hard-hearted. Oh, I don't think we're gonna make it. I spent the day putting the last finishing touches on my plan to mutiny. My allies. And I stayed up late. On my side was true. That's what it was then. Airship. I heard a woman who designed parts of the 6-in-1 from Consulates in London. Oh! Really? Oh. Interesting. Goodbye. Alright, we found a new one. I don't think we'll make it in 80 days, guys. I think we're gonna fail this one. We reached Honolulu in the dark. The captain took a small skiff into the harbor with the ships and wishing to inquire more about repairs being under dry dock. Monsieur Fogg watched the boat for a long minute. Now is the time, he said crisply. I trust everything is in order. I assured him it was. He nodded and expected. Let's hope so. With that, my master retreated to his cabin. Called the signal star. Seeing chaos. Everyone in the oh my god! Sables and bisters. Now and then I heard the shriek of an officer's sonic weapons. But I was not alone. Half of the crew that followed the Christian faith fell in behind me, lit with a desire to teach their Shinto crewmates a lesson rather than mutiny. But their anger helped stoke the fires of rebellion. The Chinese laborers rewarded my friendship with steadfast loyalty, throwing themselves into the mutiny with all the desperation of men and women who utterly loathed sea travel, and longed to revenge themselves upon their instruments of torment in any fashion. They lit fires, tore up the already ragged sails, caused some welcome chaos. The submariners, led by Commander Davis, eagerly emerged quietly. There was a long interval more where I wondered about their allegiance, and then Commander Davis caught my eye and nodded. We know that it is time for change, she shouted, driving back any stragglers' loyalty to Captain Whitaker. By noon it was clear that all our efforts were for naught, however. The mutiny did not have the support and numbers required to defeat them. No! Captain Whitaker and the other officers returned just in time to smother the last flames of rebellion. My master and I were trussed and set off at port at Honolulu. It was only due to Captain Whitaker that we retained our luggage. Our mutiny comrades were not treated with leniency and were thrown unceremoniously below. That was a super demon. Rather badly done. Unfortunately, I could not disagree. I mean, I didn't know I was starting mutinies. I'm not limited. I prefer not to draw them, but funds. We need to plan. I don't think we'll make it in the 80 days, guys. That's gonna suck. Ooh, different route? Honolulu to San Fran. Steam barge to Honolulu to San Francisco. Scent of sweet bananas. Every plank of decking and bulkhead and sweet buns. Another custom on the voyage, much to determine key sense of smell. English captain resigns after possible pregnancy. Ooh! Ugh, I have attempting to convince my mouth that I ate fried kippers and potatoes at breakfast. Everything smells of bananas. Monsieur Fogg replied that he could not smell a thing, which I took from his queerly English sense of humor work. I still managed to finish my breakfast and enough to stop. I had to keep my strength for all the valeting after all. Superb shape. I woke in the middle of the night, convinced that someone was in the cabin with me. I stayed still and listened, and there was a long wave of lapping silence until I heard something distinctly drag shuffling. I opened my eyes and looked up. In the darkness, I saw a sheer pair of eyes gazing vacantly into the distance. Monsieur Fogg? I cried, and my midnight visitor blinked and straightened and looked at my cabin with gentle surprise. What? He said, calmly, pulling his dressing-gown clothes. What am I doing in your cabin, Passepartout? I think you would know better than I, monsieur, he said passionately. But it seems I was sleepwalking, he said. I have not done so since I was a child. Please accept my apologies. Would you like to stay for a while? I asked, sensing his agitation. I am awake after all. I would like that, thank you. Really? That deteriorated the relationship? Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh shoot, I lost my button. Captain Kalani was heavily pregnant Hawaiian woman who found Monsieur Fogg's English accent a source of great mirth. Say something else, she demanded over breakfast. Please, Mr. Fogg. I let her amuse herself. at my master's expense, and looked on as she took him through an entire phrase book of small talk as she consumed a heaping amount of raw fish, pineapple, and horrible relish. Monsieur Fogg gave me a beseeched look once or twice, but I merely smiled back in return. It was day 77. We had barely 100 hours remaining to return home. Slightly. Fourth day on the barge, which were on the deck. When are you due? When we dock, not a day before, I should hope. Trying to take the excitement out of this thing. Oh, how lovely. Where does San Francisco without a further institution? Okay. Embark! Embark tonight! Urban Continental Express. Okay. Converse. Mrs. Durant. Thank you. I'm glad you found it relaxing. The first day abroad was enjoyable enough. American trains could not clearly compete with their European counterparts, but it was amusing to see them try it. The posters proclaimed Pullman's Palace sleeping cars. But they were more like places to keep cattle. There were more places to keep cattle. Reasonably well-to-do crafting, blah, blah, blah. And I attended to Mr. Fogg. The stomach strengthened. Awesome. I feel the person curious mixed with gold prospects. Like women rub off an infectious smile. A white smile. Her name is Diane. I met my husband in Cheyenne. He did construction work in New York, but New York isn't safe anymore. We have enough money to move now. Why isn't it safe? Did you not hear of the draft riots in Europe? New York has already had Confederate sympathies. When the Union began drafting New Yorkers, they rioted. They killed and burned black homes. My husband never felt safe since. But now we've moved to Cheyenne. Where could one else go but New York? New Orleans. You can take a paddle boat down the Mississippi to Burlington. Though New Orleans is dangerous in its own way. Talk more. It's Orleans there. Okay. Interesting. Okay. We're not gonna make it, guys. I'm so sorry. I thought I would actually make it work. Let's go to the market here and sell something. I guess that's the end of it, guys. Yeah. On the 80th day? You're traveling around the world. That's correct. We're anxious and tired. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. I thought we'd really get it. I got it on the 79th day the first time. It's like you're giving me. Y'all are wild. Okay. We're gonna move through here. Dang, I'm a little sad about that. I really thought we could get it, but there's no way we can cross the Americas. From the first time I played the game, there's no way we can cross the Americas in less than 80 days. There's nothing we can do. Unless we just sell everything, but I don't think that's even enough. Ogden. There's grid. Okay. Yep, day 81. Oh, I'm so mad. We did so bad. I did so bad. Ah! I mean, it's so bad. Oh, hold the kitchen staff. Let's go up. Because we need to... Yep. Continental. converse. Okay. I'm Felix Granger. You are puzzled. I was flattered. Monsieur Moy, humble portmanteau, I am more than a puzzle, and the sun rising in the east. Some play I am truly the simplest of men. Oh no, don't tell me how you came to be on the Transcontinental. Thereby a tale I can tell, good sir. He's merely interested. Detailed then. What is your first name in America? Well? Mr. England. Yen. And disimpart. Say bye to fellow passengers. Oh, goodness me. We're gonna just move through these quickly. You tried. That'll be next time. Yep. We'll have to play this game again. Because the first time I did so good. Like, I had a crazy outcome happen and somehow still made it on day 79. Don't know how I did it. Bro. I really need to get through it. That one was rough. Couldn't afford the hotel. I hate that the banks take so long. No trains heading towards Cheyenne for some time, as we were forced to hire an open carriage to carry us as far as Omaha. Comfortable wagon. Okay. Ourselves. Hey, a few songs of my childhood, being Frère Jacques, and Bon Roi Dagobert. Is wearing a book too. Passepartout, you have the capacity to the most irritating travel companion imaginable. I charge you to sit perfectly still and do nothing. It's Monsieur, of course. I said unbearable. Bro. Fog sometimes, bro. I believe I must apologize. Apologize, Monsieur? I said truly so. Whatever for. You may act as you wish. There's something about this landscape that is most upsetting. I believe it to be scale. I theorize no civilized man can live in America without losing some kind of essence of humanity. Open skies and distant horizons are simply too much to bear. We'll be in cities soon. And yet America has cities. But at present I fear there are large plots of lands out, often less civic comfort. Perhaps New York is more acceptable. Tuesday to the bank. Explore the streets. Dinner. Though that's just what I slip out the Pullman's notice. I'll offer you some, but I don't think you trust me. I'll let him. Alright, let's try and get us back as quickly as possible. And with some trepidations, we boarded yet another Kalache of Omaha after our disagreements in previous legs of the journey. I'm sure in Chicago there will be trains. I was more trouble with my message, and I do believe my shirts are folded correctly. Have you collected us the cups? Kindly attend to it. Of course, monsieur. Very good. I must credit my master. His reassertion of our position on the day before was my never. Okay. Relations to fog have deteriorated slightly. Very nice. It's so interesting because I recognize a lot of these voice lines from my first playthrough, which is why I'm kind of speeding through them. But it's fascinating to see that all the paths and just the timing that you reach each one, how differently it can just affect the entire experience of your gameplay. It's fascinating. Like going to an anime convention? What do you mean, like going to an anime convention? Like maybe you haven't seen what it's like at the center. It's a swamp out there. You should have built a city here at if positioned normally for jack screws. Come on. Interesting. To Atlanta. Mr. Pace the floor at Chicago Station. Agitation. The verdict. This way. I mean, like, things you do and how you meet people, also the actions, like going to an area convention. Yes! Actually, that makes sense. We headed away from Chicago to the wild wilderness of the Americas. With some interest. Interesting. Okay. Then my master state. Atlanta. But I am also capping off at my stuff, so I may call it a night tonight, you guys. Let me do it here. So thank you guys so much for watching. It's been amazing. I had fun. I always have fun. This was a fun calm stream. Just a little bit of studying and work being done. But I appreciate you guys a ton. So thank you guys so much for watching. Remember, Gemini loves you. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. I'm going to go and sleep.